All right. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and start here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am not a professor, but you can call me Nap. And welcome on in. It feels weird to be back. Hey, hello, Binka. Welcome on in. And Flora, hello. Welcome on in. So great to see you guys. And also, Binka, I specifically have to shout out Binka. Congratulations on your little subathon you had yesterday. That was awesome. You raised a bunch of money for a sun bear conservatory. Um, and it was awesome. I only got to tune in for a little bit, unfortunately, because one of the things that I did while I was gone was that I was at a wedding yesterday. I was at a wedding yesterday, so I literally had to I'll be honest, Minka, I had to go into the bathroom and hide to do it really quick, to show up and in a gift and everything because I didn't want to miss it because I knew you weren't going to be streaming by the time I got home. So yeah, and it also didn't help that the place we were having the wedding was a very rural location. So I had to use the local Wi-Fi of the place we were at and everything. Hope you enjoyed that wedding. It was a fun wedding. It was my perfect kind of wedding. Uh it was my type of wedding because it was very chill and casual. Like it wasn't a crazy loud, party wedding. It was very chill. It was very hanging out. They didn't even have uh dancing really. Like there wasn't a dance floor or anything like that. It was just a chill, relax. They had board games that you could play, at your tables and stuff like that. Um but the location was beautiful. It was at a national park and it was on a hill overlooking uh overlooking part of the park and everything at this hotel. So it was beautiful, really awesome. Um yeah, it was really nice. Definitely I think the prettiest location I've ever been at a for a wedding, especially when the sun started to set. The sunset, oh, it was so pretty. It was so pretty. That means a lot that you even did that just to get those subs. Thank you bunch. No, of course, Binka, of course. Um, and I'm looking forward to the new possible avatar. Hey, Paperclip, hello, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day so far. Yes, it was a park. It was a national park. uh, and thankfully I have a national park pass, so I didn't have to. That's is the one thing is that if you were going to the wedding, you had to pay the national park entry fee to go in. But me being me, I already had a national park pass, so I already had that covered, thankfully. But I feel bad for all the people that didn't. um, but yeah. So let me talk a little bit about first what we're going to be doing a little bit today, and then I'm going to talk about what I was doing this past week. So today, I have prepared
Wow,
a little bit.
what a beauty.
Hey, Flora, thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for 2 months in a row. It was already there, but it prompted. Hey, I wasn't streaming the past week, so maybe that's what caused that. But thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Um, but uh but basically so what we're going to be doing is I prepared a little presentation because I kind of realized, well, before I finished our big project and everything a few weeks ago, was I realized that I've been streaming for about a year and a half, and I've never really done I never have done anything that was like a learn about me kind of thing. I've dropped some tidbits here and there on who I am and everything like that, but I wanted to I decided to dedicate a presentation to kind of uh to do a presentation where you kind of learn a little bit more about me. it's kind of like the way I describe it is like it's like a debut stream, but without the debut. I'm still me. I still look like me. Um, but uh, but it's gonna be like one of those presentations. Oh, of course, there's a PowerPoint presentation paperclip. Exactly. Uh, Hello, Licio. Welcome on in. I saw a trailer of a game and I thought about you. It's a game where you are a cartographer. Ooh, that actually does sound cool. Because I love maps. I have several maps decorating my apartment. my sh- my shower curtain is a map, actually. My shower curtain is a world map, so it actually sounds really cool. I do love maps and everything. So you're already learning stuff about me. And we haven't even started the presentation yet. Um, but yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hey, Matthew, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day today. It's called Beware the Cartographer, in case you want to see the trailer. Okay, I will make note of that. And I will look into that later. Thank you, Alicio. Um, yes, it is a great shower curtain. I love my shower curtain. It's so cool. It helps me. I know where so many things are. I know where so many countries and stuff are that I normally wouldn't because I see that all the time. Uh, but uh, but yeah. Uh, let me talk a little bit now about what uh what I have been doing this past week. So, one of the things that you will see pinned at the top of chat is that I've made I think I made two YouTube shorts about the photograph that we researched. They're both about the same person because I discovered that YouTube shorts only have you be a max of 3 minutes long. And my original script for this one person was over 5 minutes long. So I had to split it up into two shorts and basically upload the second part a few days ago. So if you want to check that out, you can go ahead and click that link. Also, I think I'm only like one sub away from 200 subscribers on YouTube, which is crazy. But yeah, that's a crazy milestone already to hit that. Especially considering I don't upload that frequently. It's very infrequent. I'm going to try to be more consistent as time goes on. But yeah. Can we get a shout out to Nep's YouTube? Actually, it should be linked down below. You should see it underneath my little in the little all the little links where I have like my Twitter, my YouTube, and uh and my VOD channel. Yes. So yeah, you should see those. Those are the socials that I have and that I share. I think I need to put my Blue Sky on there. I keep forgetting to put my Blue Sky, even though I do have it. Um, All right. And then, so yeah, so there's that. So I am still worried, despite the fact we're not going to be researching this photo anymore, I'm still going to be very involved in the project. Um, I'm still going to be very involved, continuing to make these shorts until I get through all 24 people. And then we'll kind of see where it goes from there. And speaking of that photo, I actually, hold on really quick. I'm going to Actually, wait, I'll do that in just a second. But speaking of that photo that we were researching, and particularly if you don't remember, if you weren't here for the past like 4 months, uh, it's this photo right here of the creepy Victorian children newspaper, or sorry, photograph, where we researched all 24 people. We found all 24 people, and where we left off um, was that uh, I told you guys before I left, before I went on my little break, that one of the things I was going to do was to try to see if I could contact one of the people who own the house that the family that this photo was taken of um because they're currently restoring the house and everything. Hello, Knight. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Great to see you. Hope you're having a great evening. Yes, and hello back to you too. Um, so, one of the things that I said that I was going to do before I went on my break was that I was going to try and contact them. I was going to try and contact the people that basically people who have connections to the descendants of the people in this photo. They have a whole website, and they're currently restoring the old mansion that this family used to live in and everything. They seem to be very involved in like the local history and everything. Um, and so about a few last week, basically, I went ahead and I sent out an email to them. I sent out an email to tell them like, and I told them everything. I said, "Hey," I sent them images of the photo, and I was like, "Hello, I am a content creator. I have been researching this photo for the past 3 months. I found all this cool stuff and everything, and I would really like to talk to you about more about it. Maybe learn a little bit more from you guys, and also, do you guys want the photo? Because I'd be willing to give it to you, or if you know somebody who wants it, I'd be willing to give it to them too." I emailed all that stuff, and uh, I'm gonna pause the music real quick because I want to prepare a little drum roll here because I am proud to say that after about a week of waiting and sending that email, I am proud to say that they never responded. They did not respond. uh, but it's not, I don't think it's their fault. I do not think it is their fault because I got like an email. I did get something back from the email, and it was a thing of like, this email, like we could not send this email because this address is uh like doesn't exist, or like this address doesn't like work. um but uh and I looked again and I realized that their website that they used to have, the link doesn't work anymore. So I don't know if something happened where like, and I think possibly their contact email was linked to the website, because when you click on the link to the website now, like it doesn't load. So I don't know if like something happened, like they lost a domain or something like that. Like I don't know, because they're still active on Facebook. They're still posting stuff on Facebook. Um, so I'm trying to figure out what the next steps are because I don't think they straight up ignored me, which is good to say. I don't think they ignored me. I think it genuinely, like through the wonders of technology, it did not work. Um, it did not work. So what I'm trying to figure out is, because I don't have at least a nap um an account for any other way to contact them. Like I don't have a Nap Facebook account. I don't have a Nap Instagram or anything like that. Like I and I might make one just for that, because I don't personally want to use my personal accounts for this. I want to keep things, uh on like, just truly, I do value my anonymity and privacy and everything. So I really want to make things as, private as possible. We need an Napstagram. I mean, maybe I feel like if I did make anything, I would maybe make an Instagram. Because I would also probably upload my YouTube shorts that I've been making. I would upload them there as well. And just kind of go from there. Napsky. I actually do have a Blue Sky. I was actually just saying that, but I keep forgetting to link my Blue Sky uh in my links. So I do have it. You just gotta find it, I guess. You just gotta, I keep forgetting to add it to the links down below. Um so uh so yeah. So I don't think that, but I don't think they have a Blue Sky. I don't think they have a Blue Sky at all. So we'll have to figure that out. Um but yeah. Also I will say, I think that's kind of it in terms of like updates for what's been going on this past week. It's mostly just been me like kind of resting and God, it's felt so weird. It felt so weird this week not to stream. Like there were genuinely like nights on like Saturday, like on Sunday and like Wednesday where I was just like, oh, I was like almost kind of bored. I was like, oh, what do I do? Because this is normally not what I this is normally not what I expect to do. Like, you know, I don't expect to have time right now. Um, so yeah, so I'm glad to be back to streaming. Schedule will be as normal. One thing I do want to announce, I'm going to be talking a bit more later on during our presentation about what we're going to be doing in the future. But some things I do want to mention because they are going to be pretty immediate. Um, First of all, is that we are going to be taking a break from the research streams for probably about a month or so. Just because, you know, like I said, uh, I don't want to, what's it called? Burn myself out, you know, with those types of streams. Especially after a big project like the Metcalf photo, the birthday party photo. Um, but we're gonna have a lot of other fun things planned. The first thing is gonna be on Wednesday. So next stream on Wednesday, we are gonna be playing the new 2 Point Museum DLC because they released a new DLC that's all about making an art museum. So we're gonna check that out. I'm really excited to play that. Um, And then the other thing is on Sunday. So next week, next Sunday, the 24th, mark your calendars because that is the day I redeem uh oh, Flora, 2 Point Museum, the new DLC for 2 Point Museum, where it's a art museum. Uh it's an art museum DLC that they added. So we're gonna check that out and see how that goes. Um But the big thing, next Sunday, the 24th, mark your calendars, um, because that is the day that I fulfill my promise that I made during our affiliate stream, and that is going to be our horror game night. So this Sunday, the 24th, you're gonna watch me be a little baby and struggle to play a horror game. Specifically, I'm going to be playing the game Mortuary Assistant. Um, And just so you guys know, I've talked about this before, I think, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, but I do not like horror. I am I am always uh I don't like being scared. I don't like gore. Like, you know, I don't like that kind of stuff. And so this is gonna be in fact, oh my God. Okay, something speaking of horror, something else that I've been doing during my time off is that I've been playing a game with one of my high school friends or yeah, that we play over Discord. Specifically, we do this thing where one of us plays a game that the other has played, um, and the other person plays the game. The other person who's played it already kind of backseats a little bit, and we do that over Discord. So, like, one person will share their screen, you know, and play the game. The other person will watch. And I'm doing that right now with my friends, with my one of my friends' favorite games, Fallout 3. And I've never played a Fallout game or a Bethesda game or anything like that. And I was going into this thing like, okay, it's open world, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, it's apocalyptic, but whatever. I was in the one time we like, you know, played it the other night. I got jump scared like 4 times by various things. That game is not advertised as a horror game. It's pretty horror because of how things will just appear at you. Like, and it's not even like monsters. Sometimes NPCs will literally just like appear behind you as you're turning around, and like it's terrifying. So if that's how I reacted to playing Fallout 3, God, it's gonna be rough for Mortuary Assistant. Get ready for me to watch. Get ready for watch me, you know, uh like be scream probably scream and yell and just be a little like just be a little wimpy baby. You did great at the typing zombie game. It was vaguely hard. Yeah, that wasn't so much atmospheric, and also I was with you guys, you know, I was with other people. That is very that helps, that really does kind of help, alleviate it. Uh but yeah, doing it by myself, I'm gonna be alone in my room and I'm gonna keep my lights off. That's the other thing too. I'm gonna turn off my lights and keep them off for the whole time. We'll be there for emotional support. Thank you, Binka. I hope so. Because I'm gonna need it. Um, all right. Yes, it's gonna be very I gotta fit the ambiance, of everything. Um, so yeah, we'll be there to point and laugh for content. Hey, I don't blame you, The like because I will admit uh I have watched some like horror playthroughs like on like YouTube videos and stuff like that because here's the thing. I don't dislike like I like the lore behind horror. Like I like the story and like, that part of it. But I don't like seeing the jump scares or like, being like that immersed in it. Like that immersed. But yeah, that's so brave turning off the lights. I mean, yeah, and who knows? I wouldn't be surprised honestly if like halfway through I'm like, nope, I'm turning on the lights back on. Also, the reason why there is a particular reason why we're doing it on that Sunday. Um there is a particular reason we're doing it on next Sunday is because in America that is a holiday weekend, and I don't have to go into work on Monday. So if we do one, if we end up playing late, it's okay. And two, if I can't sleep that night, I don't have to go into work the next day. So it works out. Terror versus horror in a way. Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure exactly which one I'm more in favor of in that like comparison. Maybe more horror than like I feel like terror is probably worse. That's more like being like physically scared, I feel like. I don't know. All right. But yeah, so that's the update for what we're going to be doing these uh next few days. Um and I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that later as we get through our presentation here, but I think let's go ahead. I have no idea how long this is going to take to go through. Be prepared. This entire stream is mostly just going to be me yapping about me and things that I like. It's a very egotistical stream, I'm realizing now. It's very egotistical, I'm realizing. But, I figured I've been streaming for a year and a half. There are some things I'm going to share tonight that I haven't shared before. At least I don't think I have. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump on into it. Um, One of the things I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to pause our normal background music. And one of the things that I'm going to be talking about tonight uh, is is I'm gonna be talking a lot about like some of my favorites. So like I've made a bunch of 3x3s, if you're familiar with those, of like favorite movies, video games, TV shows, stuff like that. And one of the things that I've also done is I've gone ahead and I've made a playlist of some of my favorite music that I'm going to be playing in the background. Uh, just note that I will admit right off the bat, I'm not a huge music person. Like I like music, but it's not like one of my favorite things necessarily. And I'm also terrible with like remembering songs and remembering like like if you tell me the title of a song or an artist, I'm not gonna know it. I have to hear the song in order to know. Hey Pirate, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great evening. Good to see you. We're just getting ready to start our presentation here. Today, you're going to learn a little bit more about me. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some of my favorite things and just giving some more background information on, like, who is Nap? Because some of you have been here for almost a year, like Pirate. He's been here for over a year. And, you're going to, kind of share. I don't think I've ever, like, really shared, like, a bit about me other than a few things here and there. But anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna start this playlist here, which I said is some of my favorite music, and I also specifically made this playlist so that there's no repeat no repeat artists. So it was a challenge for me to come up with like over like, like 50 songs with like that I like genuinely like enough to like put in a playlist and say it's like a favorite. Um uh so yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and start that. And let me know if the music is too loud, too quiet, or anything like that. Um but yeah, that'll just be going on in the background. Um Now it's the nap show. You should definitely yap. I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's going to be a lot, so be prepared. Not get teaseful at all. We want to hear more about our not professor. Thank you, Flora. Um, and breaking the illusion. I mean, I hate to break it to you, pirate, but I don't want to break too much of your immersion. But I am not actually a painting of Samuel Johnson. I hate to tell you this, but I'm not. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just a dude. I'm a 21st century dude. uh What? My world is broken. What is even real anymore? Hey, well, you know what? You're gonna learn more about the real me, okay? So, let's go ahead and let's transfer on over here. All right. The shadows in Plato's cave have been dashed. Yes, that's what I do here. I shatter all your expectations. So yeah, so I've made this little presentation here. Um, Actually, wait, hold on. Before we do this presentation, you just reminded me there, Flora, with that emote. Let's go ahead and let's ask Lewis here. How do you feel like this presentation is going to go?
I don't like this one.
Come on, Lewis, we haven't even started yet. Come on, man. All right. Well, hopefully you won't judge me too hard for my taste, which will be revealed um during this stream. Yeah, bro is a Debbie Downer, really. All right. So here we go. So first off, we're going to start with just some basic stuff about me. Um So yes, I go by not a professor or nap. And yes, I when I came up with the name, I did do that on purpose with the acronym. I wanted something that would be kind of like, a quick like acronym and everything. That would be like easy to say because I didn't want people to call me professor because of the whole point of the name is not a professor. Also, that just feels like because I actually physically like literally am not a professor, I didn't want to like stolen valor is like too strong of a word, but like I don't want people to actually think I am an authority on things because that's honestly that was the whole point of the name, not a professor. I guess I can talk a little bit about that real quick. The origin for not a professor was basically I had seen a lot of like like content creators and YouTubers and stuff like that get seen as an authority just because they are a YouTuber or because they have a lot of views or they have a lot of subscribers and stuff like that. Um, and it was basically a way for me to kind of subvert that because I didn't want people to think that like, oh, I am an authority figure. I wanted to show people that like, listen, I'm not a professor. I can make mistakes. I can make mistakes. I can be wrong. Like I don't take my word like, just kind of cover my base and be like, hey, don't take me as an authority figure for everything because I am not a professor. So that was kind of the inspiration for the name, not a professor. Um, that was the origin story. You know what's funny? I do actually know someone IRL named Nap, short for Napoleon. They were Filipino, which I don't know how to explain that. I don't know how to explain, but it tracks. That's crazy that you actually know. I'm not the only Nap that you know. Um, but yeah. So also height. That's something that people always put uh in these presentations. I'm 6'2", or 1.88 meters for all the European freaks in the audience. No offense, but so yes, yeah, I'm 6'2". Um, I know nap. I take them once a day. Exactly. Yeah. So actually, that is a kind of an ironic thing. I actually cannot. I don't take naps. Like they don't work for me. Like I don't. It either takes me a long time to fall asleep, um, or like because like you're only supposed to nap for like a certain like small amount of time. Um, like I Yeah, it exactly, pirate. Yes, I was just about to say that. They make me feel worse. Yeah, that's kinda how I feel. I wake up more tired and not refreshed, like, at all, unless I nap for, like, a really long time. My world is crashing down. Hey, I'm sorry. Uh, um, and, uh, and also, again, something else that people put, um, on these presentations, my birthday. My birthday is June 14th. Um, so birthday is June 14th. I don't think I've celebrated my birthday on stream before. Um 'Cause this year, I think it actually is on a Sunday, so I might do a stream this year for my birthday, I'm not sure. We'll see. Um, then it's just sleeping. Yeah, honestly, it is, it's sleeping at that point when you go for so long. Maybe it's for best, so you don't have that nap that was supposed to be 30 minutes, it ends up being 4 hours exactly, yeah. Um, am I a Gemini? I guess I have no idea. I don't do astrology or any of that, so I have no idea if I am a Gemini, cool. I don't know what that means. I hope it's a good one. Um, so yeah, maybe I will do a birthday stream this year. I'm not sure what we would do if we would do anything special because I feel like I haven't planned anything far enough in advanced. Um, but yeah. Uh, and speaking of birthday, age. Uh, I'll say this when it comes to my age. I will say that I am old enough that my birth year starts with a one. That's what I'll say. Um, that's all, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. um, so yeah. I'm a Gemini rising, so I may be a little biased, but it is good. Don't worry, I don't believe in astrology that hard. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry, Binka. Forever young. Yeah, exactly. Uh, so yeah, so that's what I'll say about my age. You could use what I always tell people, which is a Master Shake quote from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which is, "I am 30 or 40 years old, and I do not need this." uh, I know you're younger than me, given certain year stuff you mentioned over the streams. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. You'll probably be able to tell by like when I talk about my favorite stuff, and also maybe the music that's playing in the background, like what era I'm from. um, and you'll learn like kind of roughly what I grew up with and what my favorite stuff was. We have millennial here. I mean, so that's the thing, Matthew. I okay. I'll say this: where I am, I don't belong to any generation. I am, like, right on the cusp of, like, millennial and Gen Z. Like, depending on what they, because people say, like, they say, like, like, "Oh, if you're" like, the age range for either millennial or Gen Z, depending on what you look at, because some websites say different things, I'm either an really old Gen Z or really young millennial. Um, if you excuse me, I'll just go crumble into dust. Hey, I'm sorry. That's why one of the reasons why I didn't wanna, bring up the exact age thing. Um, but, uh but yeah, I basically, so basically, like, I don't have, like I'm not like a, like, oh, because there are some things with, There are some things with like millennials that I definitely like feel like a part of. Um, and then there are other things with Gen Z that I'm kind of like, okay, I kind of get that. It really depends. No, Matthew, I'm not even going to read your thing because I don't want audio of me saying that because God, I hate that so much. This playlist is peak millennial so far. I mean, yeah, it is. Oh well, my music taste honestly goes all over the place, as you'll see with this playlist. It crosses generations, except for the last like 5 years. Um, like it covers a wide range of time because I grew up. My parents exposed me to a lot of different types of music growing up, so um, it's going to be like a lot of stuff except for the last like 5 years. um, but yeah, so enough about age and all of us feeling old or anything. Um, uh, I'm gonna talk one other thing on here that I mean you guys already know this. I work in a museum. That's not a that's not a, a shock to anybody at this point. It's in my description. um but yeah, so that's nothing too new. Yeah, I know. Get out your gasps right now. Get them out. I do actually work in a museum. I haven't lied to you, you know. But yeah, so all right, next thing here. All right, so these are just some quick fun facts. Fun nap facts. Um, First of all, I am an only child. I don't think I've ever said that on stream before. But yeah, I am an only child. There's only one. My parents they only got one, so they can't get rid of me. um so yeah, we're your siblings now. We get it. Your parents loved you. See, uh that's the thing though, paper. It could be like, they had me and they're like, "Oh god, we don't want another one of these. We're just going to stop here. This is too much." Um but yeah, so I am an only child. So maybe Nightmare's naplings are your siblings now. Oh my god, I never made that connection, but she does call her people napling, her fans naplings. I forgot about that. I guess that is kind of a little bit of a crossover. I never made that connection before. I don't watch Nimi a ton, so I didn't really think about that, but yeah. Should have left that as just held the Holy Grail. I'll get that to a second pirate. But yeah. Nap, are you telling us you were a rebellious child? Honestly, no. I was a goody two. No, honestly, like I was a goody two shoes, followed the rules, like rarely got in trouble. Like like I was the opposite. I was not rebellious in the slightest. Um, it was yeah. I was very just you know I like to think I was a good kid. I only got in trouble like grounded like once, I think when I was younger, and like that's it. Always went to school, good attendance, good grades, all that fun stuff. Um, but yeah. Some other stuff here. Uh when I was in high school, I also ran cross country and track, and during that, I ran a under 5 minute mile, which is honestly I put that on here because that is honestly my greatest achievements. Um, yeah. So that was I could not do that, but I will say I cannot do that now. I need to get back into working out and stuff like that. But back when I was in that was when I was in like my peak shape. Yeah, I ran 4 minutes 57 seconds. Was my time. Uh, which is yeah, which I was so that's like honestly one of my proudest achievements out of like everything that yeah, I've gotten my master's degree and stuff like that, but no, that is honestly like one of the bigger things that I'm proud of. Um, and then the other thing here is just a very random thing. I have ridden the three oldest roller coasters in the world, and I rode all three of them in 1 year, which I did not plan. That was not a plan at all. It just happened to work out weirdly. Because one of them is in the third oldest one is in Tivoli Gardens in Copenhagen. The other one is in Melbourne, Australia, and then the other one is in Pennsylvania here in the US. And it just so happened that I happen to be in all of those places in within a year because of crazy world circumstances. Um, yeah, so you're goddamn right it is. Pennsylvania has entered the chat. Yes, the Leap the Dips in I think it's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's the oldest roller coaster in the world is in Pennsylvania. Um, it's a very sketchy wooden roller coaster that goes maybe like 10 miles an hour, but even though it's slow, it's still sketchy because of how old it is. Uh, but yeah, it was that was just that's just a crazy that's like my fun thing that I tell people like, when you need to like say a fun fact about yourself is like I tell them the three oldest roller coasters thing. You might die. That's the fun part. Yes, exactly. That is the fun part. I got detention once at school for forgetting my homework. I can now look back at and say, "Ha, it was ADHD." Take that. Yes, exactly. Now you got a reason. You got a reason to go with that now. And that's crazy that just forgetting it, they gave you detention. I can understand maybe getting like slightly in trouble or like a low grade or something, but like straight up detention is crazy. Especially if you had never done anything bad before. All right. And then this final, well, it's not the final one thing. It's like a bunch of things, honestly, just all together. 'Twas my sole detention. Oh man. That one thing to the one thing that broke your streak, your record. Um, but yes, so this final thing here is just kind of, I guess, my me showing off a little bit. So when you work at museums, sometimes you get opportunities to work with and or go to other museums and hold and see very cool and unique things. So in my time at working and interning at museums, these are probably the three coolest things by far that I've gotten to actually like not just see, but like hold. I have held a document signed by Abraham Lincoln. I actually had to help reframe it um, when I was doing an internship, which was crazy. That was a crazy experience. Um, and then these final two here are like my coolest thing. So I have held uh, Obi-Wan's lightsaber, one of Obi-Wan's lightsabers from A New Hope, one of the ones held by Alec Guinness, used on screen and everything, from 1977, that still had the light stick in it, the like reflective light stick, so that they could get the light effect, you know. Um, that's a crazy experience to say that I held that. And then also in the same vein of that, I have held one of the Holy Grails from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It was funny because the shelf that they were all on at the facility that I was touring, um, it was literally like like there was like eight of them, um, and they were all like the same because they were all like different ones used like during the film and everything. So it's just literally just a shelf of these like Holy Grails. Did your face melt when you held it? No, because I chose wisely. Because that's the thing. That's what you got to do in that movie. You got to choose wisely. And in fact, I said that when I asked if I could hold one, and the person who was showing me around said sure, because I was wearing gloves and everything. And I was like, all right, I got to choose wisely of which one I got to pick up. Hey, Shark Ray, good to see you. I thought that was Ark of the Covenant. Well, okay, yes, the face melting, yes, is the Ark of the Covenant, but when you do pick the wrong Holy Grail and drink from it, you turn into like a decrepit. You like age rapidly and become a decrepit skeleton man. So it's kind of face melty. It's more face drying actually than face melting. Um, it belongs in a museum. Yes, exactly. Um, but uh, but yeah, so those are like by far I think the coolest things that I have personally like held and worked with working at museums. That's why it's so important to use sunscreen when choosing your mysterious artifacts. Exactly. You never know which one of them are going to just, cause your head to explode. And don't worry, we'll come back to Indiana Jones in a second and you'll see why. All right. So, as we're talking about personal stuff here, this is a big one. And after a lot of thought, and again, I'm sorry to break your immersion, but I have decided to do a little bit of a face reveal. Hey, Wayward Bard, good to see you. Yes, and face reveal in my nap stream. Be prepared. Be prepared. So I'm gonna go ahead. This is a big deal, guys. All right. So again, I am I'm sorry, to break the illusion, to break your immersion and all that, but I just feel like I would feel more comfortable if you knew, who I was behind the screen. Um, so here we go, guys. Here's the nap reveal. So I hope you can still support me. And they want to, uh, you know, because this is when you guys are mean to me, this is who you're being mean to. This is who you're being mean to. It's okay. We still love you. Thank you. I'm calling the police. Wait, what? What? I'm just showing you who I am. You're gonna call the police for who I am? That's very problematic, Wayward Bard. Um, more like fake reveal. I mean, hey, we like to have a little fun here. Hey, thank you, Matthew, for the bits. Thank you so much. Throw pennies at him. Hey, I'll take. You know what? If you're gonna throw pennies at me, I'll take it. But yes. But This act, but in all seriousness, that is me. That is me underneath in the costume and everything. This was Halloween at work. This is me at work. During Halloween, we could wear costumes and everything, and I had this costume lying around, and I decided to use it. We must love him for who he is. Thank you. Was there a lot of radiation when you were born? I mean, um, it. I don't know. I mean, I think my parents were very surprised. You had it lying around. How? Oh, I've had this costume for like 10 years. I've had this costume for like 10 years. And actually, you know what? There is later on when I'm talking about some of my favorite things, there actually is a connection to this costume to one of my favorite things that I'm going to be talking about in one of my 3 by 3s. And I did not realize that connection until I was making this presentation. Um, it's a crazy coincidence. Um, Furries in public. I did not consent to this. I don't know if Gumby counts as a furry. He's more I don't know, he's clay, so claymation? Does that make Wallace from Wallace and Gromit a furry then if he's clay too, you know? Not gonna lie, it looks like a comfy costume. It is. The visibility is not great, and because it is so old, like the material, um, um, it's like this it's like it has a bit of a chemical smell now because it is old. It has a bit of that kind of plasticky, chemically smell now. Um, and it's definitely it looks pretty rough because it mostly just sits crumpled up in like a duffel bag, like 99% of the time. I would argue Grommet is a furry, but Wallace is not. So I think Pokey would be a furry, but I mean, those are just animals, though. Those are just animals that, well, actually, no, Grommet doesn't even talk. Those are just straight up animals. So I don't think that really counts as furry. Well, I'm satisfied with this face reveal. Thank you. Uh, I'm glad somebody is. So again, thank you guys. Thank you guys for. I hope you guys can continue to support me. Um, uh, even though this is now that you know who I am. Actually, I posted this photo like a few days ago on like Twitter and Blue Sky, doing the whole like the joking like VTuber versus IRL thing that was going around. So I did that. I did a VTuber versus IRL, but I posted this photo. Um, so yeah, and remember, hey, remember I said on the previous screen I was 6'2", and Gumby's tall too, so it fits. It fits the description. I want my pennies back. Well, I'm sorry, I can't give those back. They're my pennies now. We'll support you through this difficult time. Thank you, Flora. I greatly appreciate it. All right. But also something else I do want to do that every, I think good VTuber, PNG tuber should do, and that is to credit, um, is to credit their artists. Because I think everybody knows that artists are so important to the streaming and especially VTuber and PNG tuber community. So first of all, I want to thank my artist, Sir Joshua Reynolds, a great artist who painted. Actually, he did paint both of these paintings. This same artist actually did both of these paintings, which is actually a crazy coincidence. So jealous of your VTuber mama. Yeah, exactly. That is. Thank you, Sir Joshua Reynolds, for being my VTuber mama. A sentence that I don't think has ever been said before. I think that's a brand new sentence right there. That's a first. I wonder what blush he uses. I don't know. I don't think whoever did this, I don't know who did this painting. I don't have artist credits for this painting because I don't think this is a self-portrait, but yeah. Um, what a great day to have eyes. Yeah, I mean, it's a good photo. Honestly, that's a really good painting. I almost said photo. Jesus. uh, easily a new sentence for the Library of Babel. Yes, very much. Yes, Laura, this is an Elvis song. I've mentioned before when I was like in middle school, I went through a huge Elvis phase, and this is my favorite Elvis song. Um, this is my favorite Elvis song by far. And I've been to Graceland too. I went to Graceland a few years ago, which is really cool. Um, so yeah, like we used to listen to Elvis radio on Sirius satellite radio, my parents and I, when we would do like in the car and everything. So yeah, I am very much an Elvis fan. But that's not the only artist. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. I might have to move myself real quick so you can see the full name. There we go. We also have to thank Louise Lamprey for giving us the best YouTube VTuber mascot out there, Lewis. Um, because I mean, without her, we would not have Lewis right now. So thank you, Louise, for making this for trying to patent these little peanut guys. Um, because God, I bet neither of these people imagined how this artwork would be used hundreds of years later. Sadly, though, I don't think either of them are taking commissions anymore. So I don't think you guys are going to be able to, get similar work done. Um, I think I'm their, yeah. So, actually, you know what? Hold on. Hey, hey, Lewis, how do you feel about your creator, Louise?
Man, it always be like that.
It do always be like that. Thank you, Lewis. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm gonna take that as a positive thing. Um, yeah, I know they did. They closed commissions. Um, yeah. So yeah. So hold on. Let me bring myself back here. Here I am. All right. Cool. Um, so yeah. So those are my artist credits. Now, all right. Uh, Joshua Reynolds transported centuries to the future. No, yeah, I think I understand the concept of VTuber. This Dorito doth be myth. Oh God, yeah. God, dude, that would be so trying to explain a VTuber to like a Renaissance painter or something like that. That's a really funny like skit or concept. Or like, yeah, like like basically just telling them that, yeah, painting that you can puppet and talk. All right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I do see we are in ads right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pause talking a little bit before we move on here, wait for ads to be done. Um, we'll just sit here and enjoy the music. Uh, Flora, I do want to say that the other day when you were talking about um uh you were talking about on stream about like like ADHD and stuff like that, and it was when you were playing uh Baby Steps. Uh, I said I was gonna send you this song because this song is called "I Don't Know What We're Talking About," and I haven't for a while. And when you were talking about the other day, this is the first song that came to my mind. All right, hold on. Let me catch on chat real quick. Uh, you know who would understand VTubers? Jeremy Betham. Like I would be so online. I need to look him up. I actually don't know. I actually don't know who that is. Maybe I'll have to look them up. I'm not familiar with that artist. Uh, uh, like some sort of mechanical Turk. Oh my God, that. I guess that is kind of what a VTuber is. Yeah, like the mechanical Turk. Yeah, like that little like a automaton kind of thing. Yeah. Uh, this little fella ain't you either, right? No, it's not. But it's just one of my favorite pictures ever. It's one of my favorite like internet pictures that I love to use. This song makes perfect sense. He sings about his confusion so confidently. Yeah, I love it too. Napier in for a treat. He was a sort of natural philosopher, but also an absolute troll. That's crazy. Uh, wait, hold on. Let me Google him real quick. Hold on. Jeremy. Oh, he's an English philosopher. Okay. Yeah, he's English, just like Samuel Johnson. Founder of modern utilitarianism. Okay. I'm gonna be honest though, a lot of philosophy stuff goes over my head, so I'll have to save that reading that for later. uh, mm. Oh, thank you, Wayward, for making the clips. Talking about that Jeremy. I mean, I this is the first I've heard of that Jeremy. You might um Uh, I feel like you would have Flora. You would have more be more familiar with Jeremy. I'm not personally. Excellent queen selection. Thank you. Yes. I so fun fact. I have seen Queen with Adam Lambert perform, and it's the best concert I've ever been to. I haven't been to that many concerts. I've only been to like 4 concerts in my life, but it was by far the best concert I have ever been to. Um, I think we're almost done with ads here because I mean, Adam Lambert. He's not Freddie Mercury, but he's still fantastic. Still a fantastic performer. We read a story critiquing utilitarianism just recently. Really? Oh, hey, perfect timing then to bring that up. um, all right, so I think we are done with ads. So let's go ahead and get into uh, talking about some of my favorite things. These are some of my just kind of favorite, just general overall things. We're gonna start with food, popcorn. I love popcorn is my number one favorite food by far. Um, it is specifically movie theater popcorn. Popcorn you specifically get at the movie theater. That yes, it's not the best for you, and yes, it probably has chemicals in it. But you know what? It's those chemicals that make it so dang good. They make it so good. And I could like if it wasn't for this like a sodium overdose, I can like just endlessly like shovel movie theater popcorn in my mouth. Like every time I go to a movie, like at a movie theater, I have to get popcorn. And I always get a large popcorn. And I always finish the large popcorn less than halfway into the movie. um but yeah, by far I can just shovel it into my mouth so much. Hey Toki, good to see you. Welcome on in. I'm doing a little bit of a presentation, like, just to learn a little bit about me. Think of this like a uh think of this like a VTuber debut stream, but without the debut. Like one of those like debut presentations. Um but yeah, so yeah, no, by far popcorn, number one food, favorite thing ever. I love it so much. It's so unhealthy, but I love it. And then speaking of food, cheese. I I should have prepared, dang it. If I had thought further ahead, I could have prepared that that my favorite clip of James May putting the cheese on the table and saying cheese. Yeah, Matthew. Yeah, this is kind of like an about me stream, basically, is how I describe it. Thank you so much for the clips, Wayward. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, no, I love cheese, almost all types of cheese. My favorite cheese by far is extra sharp cheddar, specifically from the company Tillamook. Tillamook cheese is that is the good stuff. And most of my like other foods, I realized like, that I was thinking about listing on here, they're all kind of like cheese related. Cause like my favorite sandwich is grilled cheese. Um I love cheese quesadillas. Um I love like nachos and stuff like that. Like it's all cheese. It all comes back to cheeseburgers. Like it all comes back to cheese. So yeah, I'm not helping the American stereotype of loving cheese. So but yeah, I am definitely more of a fan of like kind of like sharper cheeses. Very respectable choice. Thank you. Yeah. I'm definitely more of a fan of kind of like sharper cheeses. Um all right, then moving on to the next thing there, cats. I love cats. Um I grew up with cats. I had cats my whole life. I unfortunately do not have a cat right now. I would love to have a cat, but if I did get a cat, unfortunately, I'm in a situation where if I do get a cat or any pet, um, my rent goes up, and I unfortunately like if like just and on top of like like the on top of the cost of like like of just having a cat and then also the rent going up, I don't know if I could. cat distribution system will choose you when the time is right. I'm maybe, who knows? There have been some stray cats around here I've seen, like my apartment building, but they immediately run away as soon as they see you. Like they're full on strays. Um, the American stereotype that I know is that America has plastic cheese and doesn't like real cheese. I actually don't like that. Like you're assuming of like the Kraft singles. I hate that type of cheese. That is like one of the few types of cheeses that I don't like because yes, it is plastic and terrible and bleh. And not real cheese. Um, yeah. Hey, Aeon, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great evening. Gonna lurk for a while while running errands, but hoping to return. Yeah, of course. Good luck with your errands. Um, so yeah, so one of these days, maybe I'll get a cat. Who knows? But honestly, I love all animals. I've always said that like if I didn't have my love of history and like go into like the more like humanities direction, I probably would have done something with like animal conservation. Because I love animals. But plastic craft is so good for grilled cheese. I mean, no, the Tillamook cheese is better. Try if you have not tried Binka, get Tillamook sliced cheese, like the sharp or extra sharp. It's so good. Where is our music? Oh, why'd you? Yes, I am still watching. Don't try to stop me, YouTube. Yes, I am still watching or listening in this case. I've been victim of the cat distribution system twice. Aw, that's sweet. Bob and Cuthbert say hi, say the cats call you. Well, tell them I say hi. Tell Bob and Cuthbert I say hi. Oh, I've tried it, but I also grew up poor, so has a nostalgia factor too. Okay, I know. I totally get that. Yeah, if that's just what you grew up with, I understand that that's the case. Um, yeah. Paperclip, your cats are what? Boo and Crumpet. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Those are so similar. Bo- that's like the alternate reality Bob and Cuthbert is Boo and Crumpet. It's like they're the parody show. Like, you know, when they like like when The Simpsons like parodies a show, but they can't use like the same like thing. Like that's what it's like. Um, but yeah, so as much as I want to keep talking about cats and animals, because I do love animals, um, I would also probably add that like if I had to choose a favorite like wild animal that's not like a pet, um, it changes all the time, but it's either a red panda or lemurs. And part of that is because I grew up watching Zaboomafoo, and I loved Zaboomafoo growing up. Um, all right. So on to the other thing here, touching grass. Um, uh, Flora, you don't. Oh, they probably didn't have Zaboomafoo in the. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Stop the stop the music. See, Binka knows what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Uh, record scratch. Record scratch moment. Hold on. Let me go back here real quick to not ruin the illusion. Hold on. Uh, on YouTube. Okay. Zaboomafoo on good old PBS Kids. He's teaching you all the things that animals do. That's what he does. Oh wait, hold on. I need to. Okay, hold on. I need to change something else real quick. Da, 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 da. Oh, there's so many things. Why do I have? Wait, why do I have three of those? Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay. This is this is Zaboomafoo. Ah, this is so nostalgic. It's me and you and Zaboomafoo doing the things that animals do. This was yeah. So this is a show on PBS Kids in America. That was like a wildlife, wildlife show. And Zaboomafoo is the lemur, who is for most of it he's a puppet. Um, but sometimes he is the real lemur. But most of the time he's a puppet, and he talks, obviously. So yeah. So sorry that we had to uh little slight change in topic there, but yes. So that is Zaboomafoo. Yeah, and the claymation portions too. Uh, okay, hold on. Let me bring the music back. Da, 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 da. That best puppet British kids show was Hacker T Dog. I'm not familiar with that. Hold on, let me Google him real quick. I'm not going to show him on stream because we are going to get too distracted. Hacker T Dog. Oh, whoa. Hacker the. Oh, he's the. Is he the dog in the clip that's like the. We're just normal men? Is that him? We're just normal men. We're just in. What does he say? I think that's. We're just. Yes, the we're just innocent men. Okay, yeah, that's who that is. Okay, so I am familiar. I have seen him before, and I have seen clips of him. Yeah, he is like great. Like the puppeteer, whoever was puppeting and voicing him, like just you could tell was just having so much fun and kind of pushing like what he could do. Yeah, and the presenters just fall apart laughing. Yeah. Uh, I watched a lot of Nat Geo as a kid slash teen, and I remember that this one show where they dissected animals and explained their inside. Oh God, Nap would have hated that and been traumatized. Uh, I definitely would have hated that. All right. But sorry, we got distracted again, but for good reason. Zaboomafoo is a worthy distraction to spread the joy that Zaboomafoo brings people. Um, but the moving back on track to favorite things. Um, the one thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is touching grass. Unlike I'm breaking the VTuber streamer stereotype, I love touching grass. I love going outside. I love traveling. I love hiking. I do it all the time as much as I can. Like that also includes going to museums. Museums being one of my favorite things is not that surprising in the slightest. Yeah, I know. In fact, when I was making my when I was in like the early stages of like making my accounts and everything, I was very tempted to make my like little like calling card or tagline be a VTuber who touches grass. That was like my initial idea, um, kind of before I kind of went more the research route. But um, because I do love doing all those things. I mean, like hiking. I go hiking like almost every other week if I can. You know, I love being outside. Part of that is because of my dad. Um, oh yeah, um I'm familiar with VTuber Mail. Yeah, I've seen him before. I saw him do his collab with Almontes. Yeah, he's all about touching grass and frolicking in the woods. Hey, maybe I'll look into that. I honestly thought you were gonna say you were gonna make your VTuber character John Muir. Paperclip, you have no idea how happy I am that you brought up John Muir. I love John Muir. He's like one of my favorite historical figures. I because and that then this transitions to my next favorite thing, national parks. Because John Muir was the founder of and helped push for the development um uh, of national parks. For those who don't know, John Muir is a famous American, or not even famous. You don't really know him unless um, he was a famous like conservationist who famously like wrote a bunch of books about living in the like various like wilderness in America, specifically mostly in the Sierras in California. He's most famous for helping promote the protection of Yosemite National Park, which is my favorite national park, which we're going to be talking about actually in a little bit here. Um, Also, he's famous for being friends with Teddy Roosevelt, who is also personally my favorite president. So another reason why I love John Muir. And famously, like him and John Muir brought Teddy Roosevelt out to Yosemite to help like promote its like protection and everything. And famously, like, originally, like, Teddy Roosevelt was there with like his big like entourage, of like president people and stuff like that, like, all the other like people that are with him and everything. And then like he like goes to John Muir and he's like, "Hey, can we like go like spend 2 days like out in the world, ditch all these people and spend 2 days out in the wilderness?" So for like a day, like 2 days, like it was just like him and like Teddy Roosevelt and John Muir, just like frolicking out in the woods, and nobody had no idea where they were. It's just so yeah. It's just it's so good. So yeah, national parks. I'm a big national park fan. Number one national park nerd right here. I have that little like you can when you go to national parks, you could get they have like stamps that you can put in this like booklet on this like national park passport that they call it. I have that. Every time I go to a new national park, I get a new stamp. If I had to guess, I've probably been to definitely over 50 national park sites at this point. Has to be at least that. Maybe even more, honestly. Um, I don't think I'm at 100, but I'm definitely up there. Um, but yeah, really love them. Also, archaeology. Initially, when I was going to school, I was studying to be an archaeologist. That was my initial plan before going into museums. I initially thought like, oh, I can like I wanted to be one of those people out in the field, digging in the dirt, picking stuff and everything. And then I took a couple classes on archaeological method and theory and was like, oh hell no. And then I also learned more about how academia works, and I was also oh hell no. And um and how like if you want to really be a professional of archaeologist, you have to like get a doctorate, and also like most of the time you have to also work as a professor as well. And I definitely hell no did not want to do that. But I still enjoy it. I still love it. Like I still enjoy like reading about it and like going to archaeological sites and stuff like that, because it's a way again to feel I love things that help connect you to the past. And archaeology I feel like is one of the ways that you can truly feel connected to like far distant past, like where in cases where there aren't like any writings or stuff or photographs or anything like that. It's really just it's more personal, like a lot of times, and I love that, and that's one of the reasons why I think I love that. Also, history on here don't need to really explain that. That's obvious at this point. And then antique shopping. I love going to antique stores. I love going to estate sales and garage sales and flea markets and buying stuff. A lot of the stuff that I have in my apartment are from estate sales and antique stores. Um, wait, you like history? Okay. Yeah, I know. I hate to. I know it should be a big shock, but yes, I do like history. All the clips be clipped. Yes, thank you so much, Wayward Bard. Thank you so much for making the clips. Nap, have you read We Keep the Dead Close? No, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all. To answer the earlier question of why I'm calling the police, identity theft is not a joke. Hey, I mean, maybe I'm actually Gumby. Maybe I'm the real Gumby. I'm Gumby, damn it. It's a true crime book centered largely around an archaeological dig. Ooh, interesting. And how nasty academia can be. I'm assuming it's fiction though, right? Like, is it fiction or is it a real story? Nonfiction, really? Okay, I will definitely look into that. Yeah, I'm with you too, Flora. I think I got to read it too. I want a cover of you singing "It's Not Easy Being Green," a la Kermit the Frog. Oh, you don't want me to sing. You do not want me to sing. That will be terrible. All right, but uh, but yeah. So these are some of my favorite things. These are some of my passions. These are the things that I really really love. Uh, I don't want it. I need it. uh, well, I hate to break it to you, Wayward Bard, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe if I do another like sub goal thing, like way far in the future, maybe I'll make like a karaoke stream, uh, maybe I'll do like for like 100 subs or maybe more than that, honestly. Maybe like 100 subs, it would be a karaoke stream. Maybe more than that, because God, that would be bad. I feel like nobody. It would not just be a punishment for me; it'd be a punishment for everybody listening too. Time to lock into work stuff. Take care, you wackadoo. Thank you so much for being here, Wayward Bard. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good rest of your day at work. Um, 100 shots for 100 shot. God, no. Ooh, that would be terrible. All right. So now that we've talked about um, favorite things, now we got to get to the part where you guys are probably going to judge me. Um, because I'm going to talk about my dislikes. So these these are my dislikes. Some of them I don't think are that crazy, but uh, yeah, I know. There are some things here that I know might get me. I don't know if in trouble is the right word, but it's just like um things that I am personally not a fan of. So we'll go ahead and we'll start at the top there with one of my big dislikes, especially when it comes to food, tomatoes. I do not like tomatoes and tomato accessories, and by that I mean tomato by like based products. Um, so like I don't like ketchup. I don't like red sauce. Um, I don't like tomato soup. Things like that. Like it's just anything tomato based. I can deal with like if given to me, like I can deal with like eating like pasta. Like if I'm at like somebody's house and they serve like a pasta with red sauce, um um like I can eat it. I can eat it. I won't complain. I can eat it. But I will never like go out of my way at a restaurant to order like um if you oh great question paperclip because I was just about to go into that. Yes. So with pizza, I prefer pizza with white sauce and or pesto. White sauce mostly. I am a white sauce pizza guy. Um And I love, so if I so, when I was a kid, also um, when I was a kid, I was a super picky eater. Like, I was super, super picky. I'm a lot better now, but I'll at least try stuff now. Like, I will try, like, mostly anything, but, like, I'm the type of person that, like, when I go to a restaurant, if they have something there that I know I like, I will just keep getting that same thing over and over again. I won't venture out to try other things if I know they have that thing. Um, so yeah, and with pizza, and again, kinda like pasta, like, if I have pasta, um, if I have pizza with red sauce, like, again, if I'm at a party or something like that and that's what they have, I can eat it. I'm not like, "Ew, no, I will not touch it." I can eat it, but if I'm getting a pizza for myself, uh, yeah, I'm extremely picky too and did not grow out of most of it. I mean, I kinda grew out by the time I was, like, in high school, I kinda grew out of it, but, like, it was funny because 'cause I'm not food motivated, like, at all. I am not food motivated in the slightest. I'm not a foodie or anything like that. I mostly eat just to survive, um, and I, one of the things that, like, when I was growing up, like, my parents did, like, the thing, like, I wouldn't eat, like, what my parents served me when I was, like, a little kid and everything, and they would be like, like, "Oh, if you don't finish that plate, you're not gonna get dessert," and I would literally just be like, "Okay." Like, I didn't care because I'm not food motivated at all, so my parents were like, "Ah, dang it, we can't trick him with that." But they quickly learned that the way that they would what they quickly realized what they had to do was they had to make it so that I couldn't watch TV until I got, uh, I got what I needed, or I ate what I had to. My mom knew it was pointless trying to make me eat something I didn't like. Yeah, no, I feel ya. Hold on. There's just a few things here. I thought you hated tomato patterns or something. That's really funny. Can't believe he hates the crop of the Americas. I mean, we got a couple other crops that I like. I like corn. That's an American crop. Um, Carbonated drinks are weird. I mostly avoid them too. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that's the next we'll go into the next thing here. Yeah, carbonated drinks. I I do not like carbonated drinks at all. Um, so that includes like soda, beer, uh, like sparkling water. Oh god, sparkling water. I hate sparkling water. I call it Satan's fart water. Because that's what it is. Nothing was worse when I was traveling through Europe. Um, one of the things that I hated when I was traveling through Europe is that when you're in a country that, like, that where English is not the language, you can't tell at the store sometimes, like, what's sparkling water and what's flat water. And so sometimes I would buy water at the store, before, like, getting on, like, a bus or something, and I would open it, and then I would hear the click or, like, the fizz, and I was just like, "Ah, dang it, I bought carbonated water." It's disgusting. "Hey, Wonju, good to see you. Welcome on in. How many kinds of tomatoes have you tried?" I've tried cherry tomatoes and, like, regular tomatoes, but, like, that's it. Um, I will accept all your carbonated beverages as tribute, especially the sparkling water and beer. Great, you can have them, paperclip. Um, not liking carbonated drinks is definitely a good thing in my opinion. I had a soda addiction as a kid, and it is very not good. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the benefit is that I have pretty good teeth. Like, I don't have any cavities. I think because I don't drink soda or anything like that. I do drink a lot of, like, juices, like lemonade or lemonades. That's my drink of choice, like, when I go out. Also, I don't drink beer. Um, I'll drink beer in, like, a very in social settings if I have to, but, like, that's it. But yeah, no, I hate just the feeling of carbonation, just, like, in the mouth and then in the stomach, and sometimes how it, like, makes you burp and have, like, it kinda, like, burns your sinuses a little bit when it comes back up, like, on the nose. Oh god, it just feels horrible. There's a story I don't personally remember this, but my grandma has told this story, where apparently I was, like, 3 years old, I think, or something like that. Me, my cousin, my grandma, and my aunt were at, like, a fast food place, like a McDonald's or something, and my grandma told my aunt, "Hey, get Nap, a lemonade or like a fruit drink, um, at the soda machine. She interpreted that as Sprite, and apparently what happened is that she then handed me the Sprite with, like, the cover and, like, the straw on it. I, like, started to drink it, and then, like, I immediately, as soon as it, like, hit, like, my mouth, I spat it out and started, like, burst into tears. I don't remember this personally, but apparently that's something that happened, and yeah, I it's a really funny story, just a classic kid story. Um, she loves the story of how we went to Turkey when I was 4, and I got herself a whole feast while I chose plain white rice with absolutely nothing else, and she felt so guilty. Oh god, that's so funny because I used to do that. I used to get, like, my parents would, like, get Chinese food, I would just eat the white rice. That's what I used to do. Hold on. I'm not a very materialistic person, but my one disgustingly bougie hat thing is I literally only drink sparkling water. Hey, you can have it. Oh no, Wonju, yeah, I think my mic is still going. You guys can hear me, right? It's not just one. Is it just Wonju? Hey, TLBG, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay, okay, yeah. So Wonju, you might want to check something. You might want to check, make sure your audio is coming in good. Um, all right. So moving on to the next thing here, Ancient Aliens. This kind of goes to uh it basically goes back to like pseudo archaeology and stuff like that. Yeah. We all need to be louder about disliking ancient aliens. Yeah, no, exactly. It makes me so mad. As somebody who studied archaeology and history, all that like archaeology pseudoscience stuff makes me so mad. When I was making my fake April Fool's presentation, God, it was so hard. Uh it was so hard to get through it. I know I kinda had fun with it in the end, but, like, God, gathering all that information and watching all these stupid videos, like, where people actually believe this stuff, oh god, it was making me so mad. Making me so, so, so mad. Uh, I did a run of Final Fantasy IV randomized. Ooh, fun. That sounds that sounds really cool. Or the people that think humans can't be ingenious as hell has to be yeah, exactly. It's just so insulting to ancient peoples, you know, and ancient cultures thinking like, "Oh, they were too dumb to do this kinda stuff." Not saying life can't be out there, but gives humans a bit of no, exactly, yeah, that's exactly why I feel Shark Ray, yeah, like, um, uh, uh oh, hold on, yeah, sorry, paperclip, it did at least we know the auto mod works. Oh god oh, Flora, we're asking Lewis a question here, okay. Uh, yeah, your sarcasm flagged the mod, exactly. Hold on, okay, Flora has redeemed a ask Lewis a question. So we're gonna ask Lewis here if he believes in ancient aliens. So this can be very bad. Okay. All right. Hey, Lewis. Do you believe in ancient aliens?
Nah, that's crazy.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Lewis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being sane and normal. Out of all the crazy stuff that comes out of your mouth, at least ancient aliens is where you draw the line. uh, hey, Solus, welcome on in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I just like tomatoes as well. See, you're in good company. We all don't like we all don't like tomatoes either. A lot of us don't like tomatoes here. Mm. Oh, Matthew, if you want to ask Lewis a question, it's actually a channel point. redeem, and I think there was a time like a 5 minute cooldown on it. But if you want to, you can use channel points to ask to ask him a question. All right, so yeah, again, Ancient Aliens. Um, Ancient Aliens, we hate it. We don't support it at all in any way. I don't know how many Minuteman does it. But yeah. Okay, it is on cooldown. Yeah. So when cooldown is over, you can ask that question. And it looks like Binka has some thoughts about that. All right. Hmm. Space aliens in general do not exist. I mean, I'm of the belief that like I do think that like given the size of the universe, there has to be other life on another world out there, statistically. I don't think they came here and abducted old man Jenkins, and took his cows. Yeah. Yeah, categorization debate continues. Yeah, exactly. It's never ending. It's a never ending debate. Um, Nothing much. I'm writing my thesis right now. Ooh, good luck. Hey, thanks for letting me be your background noise. Good luck with that, man. I know how that feels writing a thesis, so yeah, good luck. All right. Agreed. It's scarier to think we're alone in the universe, but in my opinion, it's not that high chance that aliens will resemble anything remotely like it. Yes, yeah, I agree with that, Binka. Exactly. All right. So the other thing here that I hate, that I don't like, and again, if you like any of these things, keep liking them. You know, I do not, don't let somebody not liking something take away from your enjoyment of it. That being said, I cannot do ASMR. I cannot do it. It does not have a calming effect on me in the slightest. And I know that's a ASMR is like a big thing, especially in like the VTuber community and everything. Um, like I it makes my both Binka, both. But because it like more like it does not have a calming effect on me. It has the opposite. I am one of those people that like that type of stuff does not like it does not relax me. It like stresses me out. The wood sounds, I mean, I can do even keyboard noises. It doesn't really, it's either I dislike it or it doesn't do anything for me personally. Um, yeah, yes, thank you, Pirate. Yeah, it unnerves me. Yes, that's exactly how I feel too. So no throwing tomatoes at nap ASMR, no. But especially specifically the like whispering ones, no, that triggers my like the whispering ones trigger my fight or flight because to me, it's like somebody is in my personal space that I don't like somebody that I don't know is in my personal space and I need to get away. I think my ADHD finds soft repetitive noises soothing, but no, the whispering ones make me so sketched out. Whispering while throwing tomatoes at Nap, who is stuck in the stocks. Oh God, it's like it makes me want to like it's like somebody is like next to my shoulder and I need to like turn around and like punch them because I need to get away because like you're here and you're not supposed to be there. Like it's oh God. Yeah, the whispering it just and also I hate mouth noises. I hate like wet lit like slurping noises or like chewing noises or stuff like that. I hate that too. And that happens a lot. Like you kind of get those a lot with the whispering ones. It's just it's not for me. Not for me. Again, if you're into that, keep enjoying it. Keep enjoying it. There's clearly a market because people do it all the time. I don't even like the weird cooking in the woods noise ones. Yeah, uh those ones are more appealing pirate and more in terms of like visually they're appealing. I like the visual like appeal of those at least of like seeing the cooking in the woods. But yeah, the sound doesn't really do anything for me. Mouth noises absolutely enraged me. Yeah, no, I can't do it. Um Alexa, play Ying Yang Twins Way to the Whisper. Oh God, yeah. Is that the whisper in your ear? Yeah. Oh God. Um and then okay, so now that we're done with ASMR, next thing I want to talk about these next three things are kind of like my fears in terms of what I dislike. So number one, uh uh first one we're starting with is bees and wasps. I got stung by a bee when I was 4. It was entirely my uh I and that's just one of those like, canon events that just, you know, establishes that fear. I'm okay with bees now, like if they're just around, like but wasps and hornets and stuff, like if I see one, like especially if I'm in oh, that wedding that I went to yesterday, there were wasps because it's in a national park. There were like wasps like against the glass window of like the reception room that we were in. And like the entire almost most of the night I was like just locked eyes on them. It's
That's pretty neat.
Hey, Soul, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to the class. Thank you, thank you. Um, but yeah. Yeah, bees are friends. Wasps, I will admit, are full of rage. I'm a bee apologist. Wasps can absolutely get in the sea. Yes, yeah, no. I totally understand like the importance of bees and everything. They are super important and we need them around. But God, if I'm like I had to take care of a hornet once in a house that I was house sitting for, and it was the most just like I was so like almost like shaking, like sweaty, like trying to get it and everything, and just it was the worst. Yeah, I spent the last 7 years living with dudes who can't close their mouths when eating chips. My oh God, that's I feel so sorry for you, Toki. uh, Wasps hate you in particular, but with everyone in eyesight, yeah, exactly. uh, um, okay, so moving on next to the next fear, ladders. I okay, it's not like I see a ladder and I scream. It's being on ladders. And this is I put ladders here because I didn't want to write a giant thing. Um, I didn't want to write this giant thing because it's not particularly just ladders, it's unprotected heights. Heights don't normally bother me. Like I can go on roller coasters, I can go to the top of the Empire State Building, I can walk on those like glass floors and like, like high up buildings that they have and stuff like that that you can see through. Um, I I have no problem with those. I can do those. I can jump on the glass floors, no problem. But put me on a ladder, especially like a ladder to like get onto like a roof or something. I am terrified. Like it is, or like on even on like a step stool. Sometimes I'm nervous. I think it's just because, or like if there's like a ledge and there's no like barrier, like to protect you from like falling over. Like I don't get near edges. Like if there is nothing there to protect me. If there's like a waist high like barrier thing, I'm perfectly fine. No problem at all. So yeah, so that's um yeah. Yeah, I so when I remember there was one time where I had to get on the roof once with my dad, and it took me so long it specifically the transfer from the roof to the ladder or from the ladder to the roof. That's the part that like really I move so slow and so cautious and it just it freaks me out. It freaks me out so much. I have no fear of heights at all, except I despise walking downstairs with no handrail, like to the point that it makes me almost sick. And that's literally the only thing. That's very specific, paperclip. I mean, but I get it. It makes sense. Yeah, because it's like you have nothing to hold on to. Um, I'm like that with heights too. Even with barriers, I always worry that if I lean, I'm gonna fall over or something. But if I'm strapped in, I'm totally yeah. Like I can do roller coasters, no problem. I'm gonna say I have the opposite feeling. I enjoy the fear of verticality. I enjoy the adrenaline of physical anxiety. Hey, I mean, that's if that's your thing, man, go for it. Every everybody has their thing, you know. I struggle with stairs and castles. Terrible. Well, I mean, stairs and castles are a whole other beast because those things are so old. And it's like if you fall on like a spiral staircase in a castle, you're just rolling until you get to the bottom, and then you die and then you haunt the castle for the rest of eternity. um, or you fall down like comedy wise, like a Monty Python set, just continuously rolling down the stairs. Um, um, okay, and then the final fear here that I'm gonna have, which are really these are like my only. I'm not afraid of a ton of things, but these are like kind of the big things. And that's fire slash hot things. So I just want to point out I'm not like Frankenstein's monster. I'm not gonna like scream if I see like a fire or anything like that or freak out and run away. I am just superly overly cautious around like fire and hot things and stuff like that. Again, of course, it all comes back to childhood trauma. I got burnt really bad with a soldering iron when I was 9 years old. So like like I can use a lighter, like if it's one of those like long lighters. Um, um, yeah, soldering iron on my leg. Basically, there was a soldering iron on this ledge. Okay, I'll just do a really quick story. So I was 9 years old. We just moved into this new house, and we had to have a guy come in to do some like rewiring on our like alarm system. And I will admit, part of it was like I was being a dumb kid, but there was the area that he was working was also an area where like our cats like to hang out. So like hide and stuff like that. So me being 9, I was like, "Oh, I wonder if the cats are down there." So I go down there. The guy who's working on it is not there, and the area you kinda have to, like, climb a little bit into, the area where he's working, and that's also the area where the cats are, like, to hang out, and I thought I saw them, and so I start to climb in, and the guy, because he was doing wiring work, left his soldering iron on, and as I'm crawling in on my hands and knees, my I put my knee down right on top of the soldering iron, and I immediately obviously scream, jump out, and yeah, and my dad was pissed at the guy. I mean, I don't remember seeing anything personally, but he told me afterwards that like my dad was pissed, like super mad. Because honestly, um, it I like because that honestly that's also not like very unsafe to leave us an on soldering iron just like sitting like on unattended is very dangerous. And imagine if I was like, because I was like 9, so I knew I was old enough to like, not to like obviously just pick up random things. But if I was younger, like 3 or 4, and I just started like grabbing, like if I had that age where you still like grab stuff, just leaving something on like that in a place with kids is not a good idea. I'm not a person who is adverse to gore, but that just made me woozy as hell. Yeah, no, yeah, I probably should have given like a little bit of a warning for going to that story, but yeah. Ugh. So yeah, so because of that, I now when I because of that guy, because of that guy, because of that guy, I now, whenever I have to put like pasta into boiling water, I have my arms super extended out to keep my body like far away, and I have a long like a jacket, like a long sleeve shirt or a jacket on, and like my hand is covered in like the like a full oven mitt, so I can pour the pasta into the boiling water because I'm so scared of it like splashing up and getting me. uh, hold on, did our YouTube? Yes, I am still listening. Stop trying to stop the vibe. So yeah, hold the lid like a shield. Yeah, honestly, that is kind of how I feel sometimes. Um, so yeah, so like dealing and also like just like I go camping and stuff like that and like campfires, I am super cautious. Like I can do it, but I don't enjoy it, making the campfire. All right, and then our final dislike here, because I realized that we're almost like 2 hours in and we haven't even gotten to like the main thing. um, okay. And that is a name here. It's a person. The only person I wanted to put on this list, because I normally don't like to, put actual people on things like this, but this guy just makes me so mad for a lot of reasons that I had to put him on here, and that is Zach Baggins. This, yeah, he's kind of in this. You're right, Paperclip. Yeah, he's in the same category as like the ancient aliens people. Okay, and there's a particular reason why he particularly angers me. First of all, I'm just gonna say it right now. I do not believe in ghosts. I used to. I used to be super into ghosts. Like back when I was like in like middle school, I fully believed in ghosts. I watched the show Ghost Hunters, not Ghost Adventures with Zach Baggins, the Ghost Hunters, the way better version. Because at least on Ghost Hunters, one, they don't act like babies every time something happens. Whereas on Ghost Adventures, they like cry and freak out every time the tiniest like, knock happens. um, Ghost Hunters, what they also did that I really liked is that they would debunk stuff on top of like, showing things that were possibly ghosts. So at least they at least, they weren't like everything is evil and stuff like that and like, oh, there's demons in here and oh my god, I'm being possessed and stuff like that. It uh I've never heard of this dude. Good, Flora. Stay that way. Don't he's just he is not he's just gross. But on Ghost Hunters what they would do is that they would go to a haunted place and they'd be like, "Oh, when headlights come through this window, it makes like a shadow." Um, so that could be the shadows that you claim to be seeing on the walls. Or they'll be like, "Oh, the wiring in your basement is like exposed and like is giving off an electromagnetic field, and that can lead to like, people can be super sensitive to that and can lead to feelings of like paranoia and uneasiness and hallucinations." Also, big this is my PSA for this stream. Big PSA for this stream. If anybody here thinks that the place you are living in is haunted or has ghosts or anything like that, the first thing you should do is get your furnace or vents checked because a lot of the things that we attribute with ghosts like feelings of paranoia, anxiety, hallucinations, uneasiness, those are also signs of carbon monoxide poisoning. So, or you have cats, exactly. um, uh, but yeah, but that's not all that aside. This is the main reason why I hate Zach Baggins. It is because a particular episode that I watched, and the only reason I watched it was because he in the like they were doing like a marathon on I think it's Travel Channel, and the episode before that was actually they went to a place. I'm not going to get specific, but I'm just going to say is they went to a place where um where my grandpa used to work. So that's why we wanted to watch it because they went to a place where my grandpa used to work. Um back in back in the day. Um, so then the next episode starts playing after that one. Um, oh yes, we got Hamilton in here, Binka. My favorite musical of all time. The only album I've ever bought off of iTunes, because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a big music person. I've never bought an iTunes album before, except for Hamilton. um, so I had to put a Hamilton song in here. Um, but in this episode that made me hate Zach Baggins, they go to a place like an old West town, I think in like Virginia or in Nevada. Um, and they go to this like saloon type of place. Um, and basically what happened was there this older couple who basically was they bought this saloon and they were running it, and at one point her husband um starts to develop like basically like depression and stuff and anxiety and stuff like that, severe depression, and sadly unfortunately he he takes his own life in that building, in the room above, in the apartment above the saloon. Very sad story, and they have the wife of the guy on the episode. Um, and instead of, trying to like console her, and like, try to like, be like more nice to her and everything, and like, because she is clearly grieving. She is not over this. Like, you watch the episode, she is clearly so still so upset and still grieving so much the loss of her husband. Um, and Zach Baggins just comes barging in and he's like, "Oh my God, the demons made your husband kill himself, and like the demons are doing all of this, and they're doing all this thing, and it's like he's he's like they're first of all they're like making money off of her like grieving, which is just like awful in a million ways. One of the other reasons why I also don't like psychics and mediums, but they are basically just like they're doing like the what is it, the Eric Andre, just like nightmare, 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 like just doing that to her. This poor old woman who just lost her husband, and in like a very horrible, traumatic way. And he's just coming in, just being like, I'm Zach Baggins, and I'm going to, find this demon that's doing this to you, and but whenever we do find something, we're just gonna scream like girls and freak out and not actually do anything. And oh God, it just made me so mad. Like, and just talking about it, as you can tell, I'm getting riled up. uh, I'm getting so riled up. Um, oh God, yeah, it was. Whew, I need to calm myself down, and we're in ads right now, so that's actually a perfect time to calm down and drink some water. You know, just just calm on down. Ugh. But yeah, no, that no, I'm okay for it. It's just few things get me riled up like that, and it's people taking advantage of people who are clearly suffering. That's what makes me, I think, super angry the most. People profiting and taking advantage of vulnerable people, which again, like I said, is why I don't like psychics or mediums and stuff like that, because I do think that they are also obviously not in the same, maybe not as popular or as big as like Zach Baggins, but I truly believe that they are taking advantage of people's grief to make money, which I think is just very gross and disgusting. Um, so yeah. But I just need to get that out of my system, because that's the thing. That's a nice thing about streaming, is that I can vent about these things to like kind of nobody, or kind of some people, but uh, uh, just gotta sit here while the ads are playing and just enjoy the Hamilton. Just take it on in. Uh, Yeah, profiteering off of people's pain is a terrible thing indeed. Yeah. Yeah, that's like one of my biggest things that I'm just like, you if you do that, you are a horrible person and I have no respect for you. But yeah, this is my going back to Hamilton, this is I think my favorite song. I love a lot of songs in Hamilton, but I think this one is my favorite because I love the energy of it and I kind of relate to it sometimes. The non-stop, part of it. And but I love Room Where It Happens and I love Burn. I think are my other two favorites. But if I was ever making a compilation of my favorite songs, I had to put a Hamilton song in there. All right. So moving on then from I think we're done with ads now. Ads should be done. Actually, wait, hold on. Before we uh people love to meme on Lin Manuel Miranda, but he is amazing at songwriting. Yes, exactly. He might not be necessarily the best singer, but in terms of like songwriting, yeah, he's great. He is absolutely great. Hold on. Uh before we move on here, let's ask Lewis here. Lewis, what do you think of Ghost Adventures and Zach Baggins?
In English, please?
um, I mean, I feel like that was I think his name. I don't know. Is that English? Is Baggins the last? It's like Bilbo Baggins, but not really. uh, all right. But anyway, now we're gonna move on to our next category of this presentation: the three by threes. If you don't know what a 3 by 3 is, it's basically like where you take three pictures of, things that you like different categories, like movies, TV shows, anime, and stuff like that, and you talk about your favorite ones. And I've made a few for a few different categories. First one we're starting off with is favorite places. Also for each of these slides, I have a few honorable mentions listed above me. But so just gonna quickly go through these. So these are my favorite places like that I've traveled to that I enjoy being. A lot of these are like, happy places. Um that like, when they say like, go to your happy place, a lot of them are these places. Um so the way that this one is set up is that the top 3 are cities, the middle 3 are countries, and the bottom 3 are kind of miscellaneous. They don't really fit a category. Um so starting at the top there, top right corner, number one favorite place, city of all time is San Francisco. Grew up going there all the time. I love the city so much. It's a beautiful city. The setting of the city is beautiful with the hills and the bay and the ocean. Um, it has a ton of great history there, great museums, amazing parks. Um, it's a very easy it's also a city that's very, easy to escape the big city feel, where you don't feel like you're in a big city, both within the city, like in parks like the Presidio and certain neighborhoods like Noe Valley. Um, and it's also very easy to escape, act physically, like, leave the city, because as soon as you take the first exit off the Golden Gate Bridge, uh, like, actually that hill that you see in that photo right there is national park land. So you are immediately like, as soon as you leave the city, you are in, like, a beautiful, like, natural national park, site. Um, Now and of course, San Francisco, it is in the news a lot for having problems, and it definitely does. I'm not saying it's perfect. Like, it does have some serious problems, but it is still a amazingly beautiful city, and a lot of the stuff that you do see in the news obviously is overblown, like most things. Um, so so I highly recommend I am a big, uh NorCal love. Got some buddies from the Bay Area, and they chill, especially the Filipino. Yes, there's a big Filipino community up in North Cal. Um, yeah, no, it's one of my favorite places by far. Like if it wasn't so stupidly expensive to live there, I would, but it's so expensive. It's so bad, especially on a museum salary. The next city next over is Rome. I was lucky to do a when I was in college, I got to do an archaeological dig in Rome for like a month and a half during the summer. Um, And I I love it so much. I got to basically live in Rome for a month and a half, and I still didn't see everything that I wanted to. There's so much there. There's so much history. Museums are great. The culture's great. The food's amazing. I could eat spaghetti carbonara until I die. Like, oh, it's so good. But yeah, it's just an amazing city. Um, I want to go back one of these days. Honestly, Italy as a whole is just yeah, so good. Um, and then next to that, next to Rome is London. Now, before my recent trip to the UK that I did back in September, I would have probably had New York City there. But as much as I do like New York City, as you can see there, it is an honorable mention listed above me. Much as I do love New York City, there's just something about about London that I really, really loved when I was there. Like, I just love how much there is to do. I think it's because while it is, yes, a big city, um, it doesn't feel like because New York City is so dense and so packed, but London doesn't feel like that. It's still there are tons of awesome neighborhoods. There's so much history in each neighborhood. There's this awesome YouTube channel that I found, um, that of this guy. He gives walking tours of various London neighborhoods. I think his name is Jules, I think. Um, and he gives and he like points out like, oh yeah, there are all these little like hidden things that you would never notice just walking around, like things that people walk past all the time. It's like, oh yeah, this is from when this was made in like the 1700s, and when this building used to be a brewery, this emblem on the wall and everything is from that. Even though now it's like a school or something like that. Like it's just like I would say that London has all like a lot of the um things that New York City has in terms of like big like multicultural community, good transportation, public transit, um and lots of stuff to do, lots of great museums and activities and things like that. Uh it's but the thing is that but the thing that but what London has that New York City doesn't is, again, being able to kind of like breathe and like explore like smaller neighborhoods um like the parks and like just the overall vibe is less. It doesn't feel as hectic as New York City. It's a bit calmer. And I think that's what I like about it. It's still a big city and it's still crazy, but yeah. Let's see. I discovered you can have peace and quiet even in the middle of a big city. I walked through neighborhoods of Madrid and Tokyo that felt eerily quiet. Yes, I agree. I've done that too. I always try to look for that when I travel. London is a unique place, though I can't really be there for long periods. Yeah, I can understand that like it can be overwhelming if you're not used to big cities. I'm personally like I'm happy either way. I like small places and I love big places. Um, all right, so now we're moving on to countries. These are my top uh three countries that I have traveled to. Germany, New Zealand, which unfortunately I couldn't find. It's hard to fit the New Zealand flag in like a square, but that is the New Zealand flag. Um, uh, and then Japan. Germany, I've been to several times. I actually did an exchange to Germany when I was in high school, where I got to live with a German family for like part of a summer, which was amazing. My ancestry is partially German. Most of my experience has been in southern Germany, and I love it. I love the country. Um, I love the people. I have more of a personal connection because I have made a lot of friends there. So I always visit them whenever I do go to Germany. Um, yeah, it's just a great, great country. Really love it. New Zealand is by far the prettiest country I have ever been to. If anybody ever goes to New Zealand, the way you have to do it is by like renting a car or a caravan and driving around. explore the island because it is like I have never seen a country with that much like natural biodiversity. Um, Nap, what is this? Oh, this song. This is from the show Arcane. Uh, there's a few Arcane songs in this. It is by it's by an artist named Woodkid, and it's called "To Ashes and Blood" is the name of the song. Um, yeah, so that's that song. Arcane has a bunch of great music, and we'll actually talk about that later in a second. You'll see why. Um, but yeah, no, New Zealand by far, uh, it's such a beautiful country, amazingly friendly people, and also something else that I loved about uh New Zealand is the the Maori people, the indigenous people who are of New Zealand, the Maori. I loved learning about their culture, and what was really awesome to see is how, despite everything that has happened, over the centuries of them being, colonized, they are still super present and vibrant of their indigenous culture, which I feel like a lot of countries, especially looking at you in the United States, they try to like suppress it and hide it. Um, Whereas on my in New Zealand, it's on full display. They offer classes in the Maori language, like at schools and everything. Like it's great. It was great to see. It's just great to see a culture like that make a comeback and start to become truly integrated with modern, the modern country's society. And it was very beautiful. Arcane had a song by 21 Pilots. Yes, that is also a great song. I know that song too. And yes, the Hakas. Yeah, I love Hakas. Hakas are so cool and terrifying. They're cool but terrifying. And then Japan. I don't think you can be a PNG tuber, VTuber person on the internet and not have like Japan as like one of your favorite places. I think it's legally binding that you have to. Um, but yeah, Japan was awesome. I want to go back so badly. I went like over like 10 years ago. Um, I want to go back so badly. But what was awesome about Japan, I mean, for a lot of reasons. First of all, the country is amazing. Beautiful country, everything, the food's amazing, the people are amazing, the just everything's awesome. Um, and then uh my but what made it really special that trip is because my dad, when he was in high school in the early 80s, he did an exchange trip to Japan where he stayed with a family. Um, and he spent like I have like three like a ton like 6 weeks like living with this family in Japan. And this was in the early 80s when there weren't a lot of Americans in Japan. So it was very unique and very cool um experience for him. And my dad kept in contact with that family for 35 years. Never saw them again in person until we went back to Japan 35 years later. Um Like, it was and so because of that, and we got to go to the same town that my dad went to, and they still lived in the same house, and we went to some of the same places, and they took us to places, like, that tourists would never go, like, to just regular places. Like, they took us to a barber, and they took us to, like, a driving school, but it was cool still. Um And this was also like 10 years ago when Japan, because nowadays Japan has unfortunately, I think, kind of starting to suffer from over tourism. It's become very popular for a lot of reasons. Um, and but when we went 10 years ago, it hadn't got to that point yet. So I remember like my parents like have told me that like when they would tell their friends that like, oh yeah, we're going to Japan, their friends would be like, why? Like it would just was not on anybody's real radar back then, unless you're like millennial or younger. because we grew up with so much Japanese culture and Japanese pop culture. Um, but yeah, so that made the experience very special. Um, the food, my picky butt lived off French fries and basic pasta when I went to Japan. Oh, come on, Toki, you gotta when you're in Japan, you gotta try. I mean, that's actually going the Japan trip is what made me kick my picky eating because I knew that I had to survive because I didn't want to do that. um, okay, and then getting to this bottom row here, this picture on the bottom left here of this old, beautiful looking like fairy tale town. Um, um, it's funny you bring that up, Sharkway, with over tourism because I'm about to talk about my favorite city slash town in Europe. Um, is that one right there? It is a town that is barely in Switzerland. It is barely in Switzerland. It is like just literally like a mile from like the German border. But it's technically in Switzerland, so that's why I included it because it's not part of the Germany thing here. It is a town called Stein am Rhein. It is on the Rhine River, and it is a beautiful. I mean, just look at that picture right there. It is a beautiful, beautiful, um, preserved old town. Um, in that part of Switzerland, right by the German border, right by Baden-Württemberg, or right by the Bodensee. Um, and oh god, it is so beautiful because one, it is kind of touristy, but it's not like internationally touristy. At least like during when you're not there in the summer, you don't have like tour buses of like international tourists like coming and flooding the site and everything. It's like it's German touristy or it's Swiss touristy. It's more local touristy, which makes it I like better and just kind of more enjoyable. And like every time I've been there, it has never felt like that busy. And if you want it, I recommend right now, if you guys can, Google Stein am Rhein. Google Stein am Rhein right now and look at the pictures. It's beautiful. All the buildings are beautifully painted with these murals. A lot of like, half timber, like half timber frame like buildings. The town wall is still preserved with some of the towers and everything. It's beautiful. Absolutely. It's my like every time I visit my friends in Germany, they're not that far from Stein am Rhein, and I ask them like, "Hey, can we go to Stein am Rhein?" Because I love it so much. Even if we're there for just like an hour, it's just the atmosphere is so good. It feels like something from like a Ghibli movie or Ghibli movie. Um, and then we also have in the middle here we have Yosemite. I talked about national parks earlier and how I am a huge national park fan. Um, Uh, and Yosemite is by far my favorite national park. It's one of my favorite places I've hiked ever. It's beautiful. The Yosemite Valley, which is the picture of here, is stunning with the giant cliff faces and the multiple waterfalls and Half Dome, but also beyond the Yosemite Valley, where you have like Tuolumne Meadows, and the sequoia forests and everything that are in the park are beautiful. It's just, it's so good. Oh, you're looking at the town chakra. Yeah, the old village townhomes are they're so pretty. They're so nice. Yeah, so if anybody is ever in southern Germany and they want to make a quick stop to Switzerland, go to Stein am Rhein. If you're in southern Baden-Württemberg near the Bodensee, go to Stein am Rhein. And then the final one right here is kind of more of a general one. This one is it's supposed to represent New England, the New England region in America. I love that region. I did a summer internship there when I was in college, um, and I fell in love with it. There's a lot of great American history there because I'm a big American history nerd. The area, as you can see here during the fall with the fall colors, is beautiful. The countryside is beautiful. It's just, I love it so much. And I couldn't pick a particular. It's not like I just like Massachusetts or Connecticut or one of those like or Vermont. I kind of like the whole region as a whole, so that's why I kind of included it like this. Um, and then just quickly go through the honorable mentions. I already talked about New York City, Scotland. I do love Scotland. It's a great region. I love Edinburgh, amazing city. Just and then the Scottish Highlands are beautiful. Definitely recommend. And then Slovenia and Croatia are very, at least Slovenia, I feel like, is a very underrated country. Croatia, or at least Dubrovnik in Croatia, unfortunately, is suffering from heavy over tourism. Um, but I do genuinely believe Slovenia is very underrated. Ljubljana, the capital, is amazing and beautiful and feels like not like a capital at all. It feels like a almost like a little village, and just way more like local and casual. And then Croatia, I loved the capital Zagreb and I loved Split, the town that I went to in Croatia on the coast. Split is it's an old town that is literally the part of the old town is built within the remains of an ancient Roman palace. I think it's Diocletian, I think. But yeah, just overall so pretty, so awesome. Definitely recommend. But let's move on from places. And now we're going to talk about movies. So yeah. These are my favorite movies. Um and I'll just go through all just really quick, just go down the list. So starting at the top there with my number one favorite movie of all time is Whiplash, my number one favorite movie of all time. Then number two is Lincoln, and then Blazing Saddles is number three by Mel Brooks. Then the rest of them after this are kind of they're not any particular order. You have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, um, my favorite animated movie of all time. Then we have in the middle here we have The Room, which if you don't know The Room, oh, you're in for a treat. Um, then Kiki's Delivery Service, um, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Pirates of the Caribbean 1, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Um, yes, oh yes, Toki, you know Whiplash. Yes, not quite my tempo, exactly. If you haven't seen Whiplash, you probably if you have seen a bit of it, you have probably heard the not quite my tempo like bit. But yeah, no, Whiplash is my number one movie of all time. I love that movie so much. And let me explain why. Um, it is uh so basically if you don't know, Whiplash is about a bo- a guy who's played by Miles Teller who is a first year at a music conservatory school who wants to get into this specific jazz band at the school that is run by J.K. Simmons' character, who's the main like composer for the band, and um, and when he is able eventually to join it, and when he joins it, he discovers that J.K. Simmons' character is the most abusive, like just horrible, like pushing, like like if you don't do what he says, he will berate you, like just horrible, abusive, like person. And the movie goes through like their relationship and like how they push each other kind of, and it's just oh, it's so good. And part of it I think is because it hit me personally at the time because when I saw Whiplash for the first time, one, I saw it when I was a freshman in college. So I could kind of relate to Miles, like the main character, because I was a first year, in school. Obviously, I didn't have somebody like, like J.K. Simmons yelling at me or anything like that, but that made it a bit more relatable. And also, I saw it completely blind. I had some friends in my down the hall from my dorm that were like, "Hey, we're doing a movie night and we're gonna watch this movie. Do you want to join?" I was like, "Sure." They're like, "Yeah, it's this movie Whiplash. It's about a drummer." I was like, "Okay." I had never heard of it. I didn't know anything. I went in completely blind, and I think that made it so much better. But yeah, it's just oh, it's so good. It's one of those movies. It's not necessarily an easy watch. It's very it can be very rough at times, but oh, it's so good. Then my number two movie, Daniel Day Lewis, playing Abraham Lincoln. His performance is so good. He won an Oscar for it. Oh, by the way, J.K. Simmons won an Oscar for Whiplash too, which is also so I have two Oscar actor performances on this. Um, But yeah, if you haven't seen Lincoln, I highly recommend it. It's so good. It's a great historical drama. Daniel Day Lewis is amazing as Abraham Lincoln. You genuinely do think you are watching Abraham Lincoln. He does such a good job. Um, yeah. Abraham Lincoln, definitely one of my favorite vampire hunters. Yeah, this is not the vampire one. This is not the vampire one, but still, great movie, great historical drama. Definitely recommend. And then number three up there, we have Blazing Saddles. Honestly could have put like three Mel Brooks movies on this three by three, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have like a diverse amount. Um, but yeah, I love Mel Brooks. I think he's my favorite director of all time. But yeah, I mean, I love Blazing Saddles, Spaceballs, for Young Frankenstein, History of the World Part One. Like they're all so fun. But I think Blazing Saddles is my favorite, just because the jokes were really good, the message is great, and the satire is really good, and and it has it has Gene Wilder in it, which is also amazing. He's great. He's amazing in it. And um the final like 20 minutes of this movie is insane and incredible. Um I'm not going to spoil it, but just the craziness that happens during the final like 20 minutes of that movie is so good and is one of my like favorite bits in any movie ever. You know, morons. Yes, exactly. Yeah, paperclip. Yep, exactly. Oh, it's so good. Um It did tickle me that those 2 Abe Lincoln movies came out around the same time. That is crazy, yeah, that they came out with, like, a few years apart of each other. Um, then we have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, my favorite animated movie of all time. Um, and what's funny is that before it came out, I thought it was gonna suck. I will admit, I was not a fan of the animation style when I saw the trailer for it. I wasn't a fan of, like, the frame rate and how it was kinda jarring to me at first. But then I watched the movie and, oh, it's so good. It's both beautifully animated, it's beautifully, like, the story is great. It's a great coming of age story. It's honestly, I think, the best Spider-Man movie because Spider-Man is, I think, my favorite superhero, and I think it personifies what makes Spider-Man like, the good one of the main messages of Spider-Man, which is that anybody can be a hero. And that's really kind of the main theme of the movie where you're watching Miles grow and become his version of Spider-Man. Um, uh, and all the other side characters are great. The other, um, like the other Peter Parker, the Spider Gwen, and then we also have Spider Noir, Nick Cage, who is now getting his own live action Noir show, which I'm absolutely going to watch. I am absolutely going to watch, and it's going to be awesome. I can't wait for that. Um, and it's just so good. And I can't. They need to make the third one. Across the Spider Verse was also amazing. It was really good, beautiful. Honestly, the only thing I will say that Across the Spider Verse did better than the first one was the animation. The animation in the second one is better and more beautiful, I think. But I do like the first one more, just because of like the story and everything and the coming of age story and how it gets Spider-Man so good. Um, I love Spidey, my favorite since I was a kid. Yeah. And I think I would actually make Into the Spider-Verse my favorite just superhero movie in general. I like Spider-Man because Tom Holland is way too attractive. I mean, fair. Absolutely. I think of the live action Spider-Mans, I think as much as I did grow up with the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, and he does have a special place in my nostalgic heart, um, I I do think Tom Holland is a better portrayal of Spider-Man. Um, all right, and then we got the the weird stepchild in the middle there. We got The Room. I put The Room on here because God, I love it's just so crazy. I mean, I saw you guys quoting it earlier in the chat. The I did not hit her, I did not. The classic oh hi Mark scene that even if you haven't seen The Room, you know that scene. Um and I just um like it's just so it's nothing is more fun than watching The Room with somebody who's never seen it before. It is so much fun. It's so funny. It's so chaotic, and also, like, I love. So I've read the book that was made about the room, about creating the room, called The Disaster Artist. I read the book by the guy. It's written by the guy who plays Mark in the room. Um, and just the behind the scenes stuff is just crazy that was happening, and it goes into like how people don't really know anything about Tommy Wiseau, and like he's just such a weird man, an enigma. Just it's insane. Um, it's just so fun. I have the book. I've watched also the Disaster Artist movie, and it was really good. Yeah, just if you haven't watched The Room, don't watch it by yourself. Watch it with a group of friends. It makes it so much better. Some things are so protectionally bad that they become the best. Exactly, that's what it is. This is where I out myself as a Andrew Garfield stan, huh? I do think the Tom Holland ones are better. Yeah, I mean, I was okay with Andrew Garfield, but I don't know. It's I just unfortunately think he got bad. I'm not thinking it's his performance. I just feel like he wasn't given good writing. The next on here we have Kiki's Delivery Service, which is Kiki's Delivery Service is my go-to. Like, if I'm in a bad mood or upset, I will watch that movie. Like, I will, uh, like it'll immediately like just lift my spirits. Uh, yeah, yeah. It's like it just makes me happy watching it. I want to live in that town. I want to live in the town. I want to have a talking cats. Like, oh, it's just so nice. And the music is amazing. The animation is great. Like, oh, it's just so relaxing and calming that it's my go-to. Oh, Binka, yes, I did actually just talk about that. I haven't just seen. I read the book. I have the book on my bookshelf right next to me. I read the book and then I watched before the movie was even like being worked on. That's one of the reasons why I love the room so much is I love the behind the scenes. Um, hey Marf, good to see you. Is Andrew Garfield the one that talks slow or the one with good hair? I think the one with good hair. I think. I'm not really sure. Talk slow. Is talk slow Tobey Maguire? Is that who you're referring to, or is that Tom Holland? I'm not entirely sure. Exposing some of my friends to the room is definitely on my to-do list. Yes, definitely. Get a group of friends together and watch it together. It's so fun. All right, and then the bottom three here we have Raiders of the Lost Ark. I loved archaeology. Obviously, um, like I was an archaeology major. I think most people who go into archaeology at some point loved Indiana Jones or were inspired by Indiana Jones. It's just a good fun adventure movie. And speaking of fun adventure movies, the next one is Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one. I watched this movie so much as a kid. So much. Um it's it's just a good fun adventure. We don't have enough of those really much anymore. Um um it's just it's just fun. It's not necessarily it's not like overly like messagey or dramatic or like like Whiplash or Lincoln or something like that. Like it's just fun. It's good. It's an adventure. And we don't have a lot. Like the last movie I think of that we've had like that has been the D&D movie that came out recently a few years ago. That was like the last movie that kind of had that same feel of just a good fun kind of funny comedic, good action, good fight scene. The sword fights in this. Also, another reason why I love Pirates of the Caribbean is because I had the DVD growing up and I would watch the hell out of the special features. I loved watching special features of movies when I was a kid, almost as much as the movies themselves. There was actually a point where I thought that I was maybe going to be a cameraman when I was a kid. That obviously didn't work out, but it was a thought. Um, but yeah, uh, I um, I used to watch the behind the scenes of that movie all the time, learning about how they made it, all the sets and all the locations that they had to go to, and the fight choreography and all that stuff, and then the special effects for the skeleton pirates, which also the skeleton pirates, some of them have aged pretty well. In fact, okay, in this movie, it has one of my um uh like it has one of my favorite shots in a movie, like by far. I like and where it's the scene where Barbosa, when it's revealed to Elizabeth that they're skeletons, that they're skeleton pirates. Um, and it's the scene where he walks into the moonlight and he says the line, "You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one." That shot and that sequence right there is one of my favorites in like all of like cinema. It's just so good. It's just so like satisfying and just how he transitions from a person to a skeleton as he steps into the moonlight still to this day looks so good. Um but yeah, it's so good. Also, yeah, all the acting. I didn't even mention that. Yeah, all the characters like Johnny Depp is great. Orlando Bloom, Keira Knightley, and yeah, and Jeffrey Rush. Uh, only Jeffrey Rush could have pulled that off. It would have been so corny, but instead it was so chill. Yes, exactly, paperclip, exactly. Um, you had DVDs as a kid. Either you're young or your parents were rich. I checked. DVDs came out in the late '90s. You're young. I mean, I'm young enough that my birth year still starts with a one. I mentioned that earlier in this presentation. My birth year does still start with a one. Um, but that and so many other movies are why I love cinematography, film, and all the stuff behind it. Plus, sword fighting. Yes, yeah, exactly. There were so many movies that I watched as a kid where I watched the special features so much, probably more than like the actual movie. I know I watched Pirates of the Caribbean a lot. I watched that one a lot. I watched a lot of the Harry Potter movies, their special features a lot. I watched what else? Trying to think. Uh I know the pirate. Oh, this is a very random one. Uh this is a very random one. In the early mid 2000s, there was a live action Peter Pan movie. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but I had that DVD and I watched those special features all the time, especially because they were like showing like how they did like the flying and all that, and I thought that was so cool as a kid. Also, that's the version of Peter Pan that I grew up with. I have never to this day seen the actual like original animated Peter Pan. The version of Peter Pan I grew up with is like the early mid 2000s version. No, not Hook Sharkway. It's not Hook. It's like I don't know the actor's name, but he's like a blonde-haired kid who plays Peter Pan. I watched that like a ton when I was a kid. That was my version of Peter. That's how I got exposed to Peter Pan. Uh Anyone whose birthday doesn't start with a one is a toddler in my heart. Yeah. I kind of feel the same way. I have memories from the early 90s. You can be born in the 90s and be young to me. Hey, fair. Uh, fair. Um, and then finally on the chart here, we have Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Because speaking of special effects, I love this movie because of just the effort it took to pull it off, like, and how good it still looks to this day. Like the seamlessness of putting 2D animated characters in this movie before computers and like CGI and like any of that stuff, how they had to build so many like cool unique rigs to make all the stuff work. There are still to this day um like I'm still not 100% sure how they do some of the things. Like there's one part where they have like where Jessica Rabbit like grabs like the handkerchief out of a guy's pocket and rubs it on his head, on his like bald head, and then squeezes his cheeks. I still to this day don't know how they did that. Like, that to me is, like, insane. And yes, as you just said, Paperclip, another reason why it is so great is because it's something like that will probably never happen again because you're never gonna get Looney Tunes and Disney characters interacting in the same place ever again. But, yeah, it's so and also it's just a good story. It's a good noir story. I love that it's a period piece dedicated to, like, old, like, 30s, 40s animation. It's where the phrase, what is it? Bump the Lamp comes from, where how for there's like a scene where there's a lamp swinging above Roger Rabbit, and because the lamp is moving, they have to change the shadows on Roger like constantly, and it like is so much effort to do something like that in animation that most people aren't going to even like care or notice, but it still sells the illusion so well. It's so good. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. It feels like something from another timeline. It really does. And then, of course, I had to put some honorable mentions on here. Just I'll go run down them really quickly. Airplane, in the same vein of Mel Brooks, great comedy movie. A lot of the jokes still hold up. Really funny, really great. Karate Kid, my favorite '80s movie. Also is enhanced by the creation of Cobra Kai, um, which is such a dumb show, but I love it so much. Um, yes, Airplane. Don't call me Shirley. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. And then Twister. I love Twister. It again has like I talked about the scene with in Pirates of the Caribbean with Barbosa being one of my favorite shots. One of my other favorite shots of all time is in Twister. Um, is this scene? It's from the first tornado that they're chasing, and there it's a shot of like the truck that they're in moving through this like ditch, and in the background it's trees, and then suddenly the trees like disappear and it shows the tornado and a barn, and the tornado swings around and like hits the barn and the barn shatters into pieces and everything, and like it makes like this roar sound as it does. It's so satisfying. It's so good. I love it so much. Also, because of this movie, I still to this day I want to go storm chasing. I want to go storm chasing so bad. It is a bucket list thing for me to go storm chasing. I, you know, I love like I love tornadoes and like crazy weather and stuff like that. I think it's so cool and so interesting, and I want to go so bad. Helen Such Helen Hunt is such a bad yes. And yeah, the sound design is so good. And Twisters the sequel, it was good. I liked it, but I think you mentioning that paper, I think what Twisters was missing that made the tornadoes scarier was the sound design. I think the sound design in the original Twister is better, and also like they made things kind of just more. It was more tense for most part compared to Twisters. Um, and then I had to put Napoleon Dynamite on here, a movie that to this day is probably the most quoted movie in my household. My mom and I watched this movie a ton when I was growing up. Um, I actually met John Hader, Napoleon Dynamite himself, at a con and got him to sign. And the other thing, I when doing a road trip around the US, I went to the town that Napoleon Dynamite is filmed in, Preston, Idaho. I went to Preston, Idaho, where Napoleon Dynamite takes place, and got to go and see all of the places like where they filmed stuff. And what's crazy is that the town in like the 20 years since that movie came out, the town has not changed at all. It's so good. Like and and also like it has changed my vocabulary. Like my parents and I, we say tots all the time when referring to tater tots, and in like the tots, like like the like Napoleon Dynamite voice, we say quesadilla instead of quesadilla. We say the like the come get your dinner, like when selling like talking to Tina. Um it's the most quoted movie I think in this household in my household growing up. I remember all the vote for Pedro shirts in high school. Yep. Oh yeah, they were everywhere back then. Back to the Future. I don't think I need to say anything about Back to the Future. It's just a great movie. Just awesome. Fantastic movie. And then this is the weird one. Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Uh yeah. Do you drink 2% milk because you think you're fat? Because you're not. You could drink whole if you wanted. Or the I caught you a delicious bass. Or oh, the other one that my parents and I quote like, do the chickens have large talons? Oh god, it's yeah, yes, the live action films. They're and I personally I had a debate with my friend the other day. I think Scooby-Doo 2 is better than Scooby-Doo 1 in terms of the live action movie. Those are my movies that, like, are they great movies? Like, objectively? No. But do I love them because they have nostalgia and I grew up watching them a ton? Yes. That's another movie that I watched the special features a ton of, was both the Scooby-Doo movies. Um, Also, great casting. Matthew Lillard as Shaggy is perfect. In fact, he is now the official uh uh he's now the official voice of Shaggy. Yes, and Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. are still married. Yeah, I knew him as Shaggy first too. Yeah. No, I only knew him as Shaggy. I didn't know him in anything else. Um, but yeah. Oh, okay. I realize now that we are like almost 3 hours in and we're like maybe halfway through this presentation. Oh god. Okay, so we're gonna have to move a little bit quicker here through some of these other things. Yes, certified yappers. Okay. Okay, so that covers movies. Next, TV shows. Um I have to talk. So I'll just go through them all real quick. We have Avatar Last Airbender, Arcane, Doctor Who, Finding Your Roots, Violet Evergarden, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Taskmaster, Mythbusters, and Top Gear. So, Avatar Last Airbender, number one show of all time. I've talked about this a lot on stream, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. Um, and I love this show. Avatar Last Airbender is my number one show of all time. It's beautifully animated. The story's amazing. The like the character development is amazing. The characters are all great. The fight scenes are amazing. Like the world building is great. It's just the messages and the themes of it are still good and still relevant to this day. Great messages all around. It's just the chef's kiss. Perfect. It's a perfect show. Love it so much. Um, then next to that, Arcane, another great show. Um, we were listening to some Arcane songs earlier. We were listening to some Arcane songs earlier in here, and it's so Arcane is the fastest I have ever gotten into a show for in my life. I remember watching it and like episode 3, like I'm not gonna spoil anything, but episode 3, some stuff happens, and I remember watching it and being like out loud, being like, no, like gasping and like being like no, and thinking like, oh my god, why am I so invested? We're only 3 episodes in. How am I this invested 3 episodes in? That's how good it is. The characters are great, the story is great, great message and theming. The writing is amazing, the animation is so good, the music is so good. Like it's just great show. Great show. Then next to that we got Doctor Who. Doctor Who, while Avatar and like Arcane are pretty great like throughout, Doctor Who uh goes through peaks and valleys. Doctor Who goes through several peaks and valleys throughout its tenure. Um, who's my doctor? You're an Eccleston girly? Okay. I'm a Tenant. I love Tenant, but for me personally, Capaldi Capaldi is a close second. And I will admit, um yeah, lots of planets have a north. Yes, I love that quote so much. It's so good. Um but uh but the thing with Doctor Who is that it goes through a lot of peaks and valleys, and I will admit that Capaldi's first season, um, I will admit Capaldi's first season is not that good. It's really not that good. Um, um, but his second season is one of I think the best overall, like consistently good seasons throughout all of Doctor Who. His second season is so good, and his second season has the best um um like the best speech in a TV show I have ever heard given by Capaldi. If you have not seen the speech, I highly recommend looking it up and watching it on YouTube. Just look up Peter Capaldi. I think it's Zygon speech. Zygon speech. Yeah. It's an amazing speech that he gives that is so like there's no music or anything like that. It's just him monologuing, and okay. Here's a story with that. I watched that episode when I was in college, and I was sitting in my dorm watching it on our TV, and my roommate was in the room too, but he didn't watch Doctor Who. He was on his computer doing something else, and I'm watching this episode, and that speech is happening. And near the end of the speech, I hear behind me, "Man, this is intense." And I turn around, and my roommate started watching the episode. That's how good the speech was. Like, uh, like it's so good. And it's one of those speeches that like it's overly relevant, but I think now it's more relevant than ever. So even if you don't watch Doctor Who, I highly recommend just YouTube Peter Capaldi Zygon speech and watch it. It's amazing. So good. Uh Also love Tennant. I only watched Eccleston through Smith, but really wanted to watch more of Capaldi. Um Yeah, I definitely recommend his second and his third season is also great. He has a great companion in 3, Bill, um, in his third season, I think. Bill is great. One of my favorite companions by far. But my favorite companion of all time is Donna. I love Donna. She is so fun, so funny. Um, Catherine Tate is so good because she can both be like very funny, but also really emotional. Like really good at emotional scenes too. And her story, her ending is so sad, but it's oh god. And also I love Donna's family. I love Wilfred. Her grandfather is so good. Uh like Wilfred I think is his name. Yeah. Wilf. Yeah. God, he is also great. Like it's so good. Yeah, her character development was so good. That and also that fucking gas mask episode scarred me as a child. It scarred a lot of people as children. The "Are you my mummy?" Oh god, yeah. So yeah, but then you have those peaks, but then you also have some of Matt Smith's episodes and like arcs weren't that great. And then also um and then you also had oh my god, why am I blanking on her name? The female doctor. Oh my god. God, why am I blanking on her name? The actress's name. Shoot. Oh god. But yeah, I mean I guess that says something. She was good as the doc. Like I think she like as a performance she was good as the doctor. But God, the writing for the show just tanked. Jodie Whittaker, thank you. I knew I was gonna get it eventually, but yeah, Jodie Whittaker. She as playing the doctor was good, but they just gave her horrible writing and horrible stories. It was so bad. I felt so bad for her, and also her companions weren't that great either. One of them was good, but the other ones were just so forgettable. Um, yeah. Um, so yeah, and but also the most recent Doctor, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce his name. I'm so sorry. I know his name is, and I apologize for that, but he was actually really good too. The, After what we had with the Jodie Whittaker seasons, his was a step up. He was really good. He was really good as the Doctor, and it sucks that he only did 2 seasons. Um, yes, that one, Binka. I'm sorry. I wish I knew off the top of my head how to pronounce it, but I don't. Um, yeah, he was so good as the Doctor. He has some really great episodes that I highly recommend. Oh, our music stopped. Um, but yeah, okay. So enough talking about Doctor Who. Next show here, Finding Your Roots. Finding Your Roots is honestly basically the inspiration for these streams. Finding Your Roots is a show on PBS where Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. uh hires a bunch of genealogists to look up the genealogy history of like celebrities, and then he brings the celebrities on and like reveals to them like their family history. Um, and it's really cool and really interesting. And it's honestly what got me into looking into genealogy and doing these streams. So that's why it's here. It's a huge inspiration for me and these streams. Um, just awesome. Um, and also like just some crazy things that they discover on that show too, like finding out that Larry David and Bernie Sanders are cousins, and that what was it? There was one great episode where they found Andy Samberg's grandparents on his mother was adopted and she had no idea who her birth parents were, but they were able to find them and she was able to learn like, like who they were and everything. It was just it's so good. Like just some great emotional stuff too. Um and then all right, so the next thing in the middle there, that if you don't know, that in the middle there is Violet Evergarden. Now Violet Evergarden is my number one anime of all time. Hey Coco, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great evening. Good to see you. Um, yeah, shows like that are why I find genealogy fascinating, and I've done some research myself. Yes, yeah, it really was a big inspiration for me. Um, but yeah, Violet Evergarden is my favorite anime. Now I will admit I haven't seen a ton of anime shows. I can probably count on my hands how many full shows that I've seen. Um, but Violet Evergarden is an amazing, amazing show. It's beautifully animated. Yes, exactly. Shark Ray. Exactly. I love shows. Like I've come to realize, like, putting this together, that like shows I love shows like with Arcane, Avatar, and Violet Evergarden on here. I love shows that are beautifully animated and can emotionally destroy me. Just like, yeah, see, Toki, I've only actually seen the first season of Attack on Titan. I haven't seen the rest of it. Like, but I highly recommend Violet Evergarden. It's no, okay, paperclip. I actually have not seen Grave of Fireflies, and I refuse to watch it because it got spoiled for me by a TED Talk. The whole movie got spoiled for me by a TED Talk. I was watching a TED Talk, like, so I know what happens, and personally, I don't know if I want. Now that I know what happens, I don't know if I want to see it. And like, I remember like because the person was talking about like I think she was talking about like Ghibli movies and like animation and stuff like that, and like literally like a minute um into the talk, she says like, oh yeah, when such and such happens to this person and this happens, and it's just like, oh well, okay, you just spoiled the movie. It's so honestly I would still watch it. It's absolutely gutting. I watch it way too young, but honestly it's part of the reason I developed like a healthy amount of empathy. Yeah. Well, I mean, you get that. Hey, you get a great amount of empathy from Violet Evergarden. Because if you don't know, Violet Evergarden is about she's basically like an automaton like robot who is in charge of like trying to write letters for people. She's hired as like this service that like writes letters to people who are illiterate and can't write or they don't know what to say. And so she has to kind of learn human emotions through writing these letters and everything. And God, the places that this show goes, it's so good. Um, like there's one episode in particular that everybody like you will absolutely sob at. You will sob while like watching it. I think it's episode 10 or something like that. Like you will just cry. Like you are going to cry. It is going to hurt, but it is amazing. It is beautiful and so well like oh, it's so so good. So yeah, so like I love show. I've like I said, I've realized making this that I love shows that are beautifully animated and emotionally destroy me. They make me feel something. Make this cold heart like feel something. Speaking of feeling something, next show, Brooklyn Nine Nine. Favorite comedy. Love it so much. It's so funny. There are so many jokes in each episode that even if like one joke doesn't land, like you there it doesn't matter because they're already moved on to the next joke. Like it's so good. All the characters are great. Um Particular shout out and big tribute to Andre Brower, Captain Holt, rest in peace. God, he was amazing. Like his dry humor in the show is so good. Like this is a show that like my mom and I watched together that we quote a lot. My mom made a sourdough starter and named it Boil, like Terry Crews is great in it. Um, everybody else is great. Hitchcock and Scully are great like side characters. Um, like there are quotes from it that like we say like, like the quote like that Holt like talking like Holt is like a thing that we do like between me and my mom, you know. Like my mom will like in one of the later episodes like Holt and his husband Kevin like do a thing where they're like Captain Holt is entering the living room. Like they shout when they're entering, and they're each entering a room. And my mom started doing that. Like and like my mom and dad started doing that as a joke. Um, and oh god, what else? God, it's just so good. All the actors are great. All the characters are great. The comedy is great. And it honestly shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine have ruined shows with laugh tracks for me. Because there is no laugh track in like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, it's not really like that kind of sitcom. I can't watch shows with laugh tracks anymore. It's like ruined it for me. And I just can't do it. Um, and then also moving on to the next thing is also talking about funny things. Taskmaster. If you have not watched Taskmaster, you could great. You can go watch it right now because all the episodes are available on YouTube for free. And there's like 12 seasons or like 20. I don't know how many. There's a ton of seasons. Like endless content. It's so funny. Go watch it right now if you haven't. It's so fun. Basically, it's a competition, British competition show where they get five comedians on, um, like five British comedians who, like months ago, they filmed a bunch of stuff where they were all assigned to do tasks given by the Taskmaster, who is Greg Davis there, in the big chair, and his sidekick, Little Alex Horn, um, who like kind of helps create the tasks and everything. Um, and they basically the well, okay, the example that I show is that like there's one challenge where it's like, okay, you have to get from uh they open a little card. Each task starts with them like opening a little card that has like their task on it, and it says, you must get from this point A to point B in the fewest amount of steps. Um, and so each person on their own decides to do like because they're filmed separately. So like people aren't like the other contestants aren't like watching each other or learning from each other. They're all doing their own thing, like what that comes to their mind. And like some people, obviously do the first thing, which is like, to take giant steps, as big as you can. But then like some people, people try to bend the rules all the time, and it's great. Where one person just got on the ground and started rolling and just rolled the whole way, so he didn't take any steps. Um, like, and just other competitions, like Taskmaster is it's so fun. Go watch it on YouTube right now if you can. Um, that's your homework. First, watch the Peter Capaldi Zygon speech, and then watch Taskmaster. Those are your assignments. Your time starts now. Um, and then next to that, We go from Taskmaster to Mythbusters. Mythbusters was one of my favorite shows growing up. I got to see the Mythbusters live when they went to a when they were doing like touring and doing like live shows. And that was awesome. I've actually met Adam Savage um at a con, and I got him I have a print signed by him. We talked about San Francisco because they're based in San Francisco and I love San Francisco. When I got to talk to him, he's so cool. He's so energetic. I love his energy. And also the like opposite of that with Jamie in the show. It's one of the few shows that made science like cool to me because I was not a science guy. Um like and it just showed how you can make stuff like that so fun entertainment, and who doesn't love watching stuff get blown up? It's so fun. Um, it's yeah, just great show. And then also Top Gear. To round off, I realized when making this that I have 3 British shows on here. So keep doing what you're doing, Britain. Although Top Gear isn't on anymore, so but yeah, Top Gear is fantastic. Just the chemistry between the 3 hosts cannot be recreated. They just have such great natural chemistry with each other that doing the challenges together and like just doing all these things, it's so good. I'm not even a big car guy, but it's just so entertaining. Yes, power, yes. Uh, um, my favorite episode I think of Top Gear is the Jeff episode where they make their own electric car and name it Jeff, and they have to take it through like all these like challenges to get it like street legal and everything. It's so good. I still say to every once like the when they have to do the thing where uh uh when Hammond like has to say look out backwards and he goes twa cool like and it played backwards like look out. I still like say that every once in a while. Um it's a Indestructible Toyota is also great. That is a great Top Gear bit. I love the Vietnam special. Most of the specials where they travel are great. The Vietnam special is great. But oh shoot, I'm trying to think. What was my favorite Top Gear moment? Oh, the motorhomes. The motorhome episode where they make their own motorhomes. I remember watching that at my grandma's house at like a family gathering. Um, um, they uh uh where yeah, and they we were at a family gathering at my grandma's, and like I was the only younger person there. So, and I was like a teenage like a middle school, I think. So I just start watching TV while everybody else is all the families being socializing as you do. And it was the motorhome episode, and slowly as the show like kept going on, everybody else in the room stopped talking and just started watching the episode. It was so good. Um Mine is the one where they test the Ford Fiesta and storm the beaches at Normandy. That's another good one. Oh, I just remembered another great one. The other one is where they're making a chase scene for a movie, and they have to like and Clarkson is being very um like, oh no, it has to be everything has to be exactly like, you have to show them shifting these gears and doing these things, because that's how the car moves that way, and so you have to do that, like, being very picky. And there's one part where like he's like, you have to have a scene where the actor, says turn off the traction control. You have to hold it down for 8 seconds and like show a clip of them like holding the button to turn off the traction control in the car. But the actor in the movie is playing like an Eastern European like guy, and but the thing is in the movie he never talks, so he never has to do an Eastern European accent. So it's just this scene where it's just this guy doing a very bad Eastern European accent, just being like, turn off the traction control. And that became a joke in my family, um, of just saying that, like, to turn off the traction control. It's so funny. It's so good. Also, Top Gear and Mythbusters hold a very special place in my heart because it's one of the few shows that like those are the few shows that me and my parents, like all three of us, watched like together and watched together and loved together. Um, because like some shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Doctor Who are mostly just like me and my mom. Um, but uh but Mythbusters and Top Gear was like the few shows that we all watched together, growing up and everything. So that's why they hold a special place in my heart. And I just remembered another show that should be on here that isn't, and that's Drunk History. How did I forget Drunk History? Drunk History is amazing. Um, it's so good. I would, you know what? I would replace. I don't know if I would replace anything on my 3x3 with that, but Drunk History at least deserves to be an honorable mention. Also, speaking of honorable mentions, just going through them really quick. Amazing Race, love it. It's the only reality show that I watch, and the only reality show that I would actively like take part in. Because it's really fun, and just looks so fun. Then number two, John Adams. Um, oh, my favorite Drunk History episode is the Hawaii one. What are you, white? Yeah. No, I love the Frankenstein one where they retell like Frankenstein, and then it gets like another layer where it's Mary Shelley, a drunk like the person is drunk talking as Mary Shelley, retelling Frankenstein, and it's like four layers deep. Like it's so funny, and the guy is so drunk doing it, and it's so good. And they have Elijah Wood like in that one too. Like it. It's so funny. And I've met the host of Drunk History. The host of Drunk History visited one of the museums that I was working at just as a guest, and I recognized him. And even though the museum I was working at had a strict policy of like, if you see a famous person, don't go up to him, I ignored it and I went up to him, and he was very nice and very friendly. That's like one of the few like in the wild like celebrity encounters that I've had is meeting the host of Drunk History. And then yeah, John Adams, great historical drama. Um, Yeah, Paul Giamatti is great as John Adams. Um, yeah, and then I have to put Ed, Edd n Eddy on here. Probably my favorite, like, other than Avatar, favorite cartoon growing up. It's so funny, and it's aged like it's still funny to this day. And something that I didn't appreciate as much as a kid, but I appreciate now, the the sound effects. Um, the like sound effects and the sound like mixing and everything is so good. I love the like viral videos where people take like action scenes and replace all the sound effects with the Ed, Edd n Eddy sound effects. They're so good. Uh, life has many doors, Ed boys. uh, w- yeah, it's so good. I love that show. It's like the characters are great. I love Ed. I used to say buttered toast like head as a kid, you know. Um, Yeah, so good. Um, just great show. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Favorite anime before I watched Violet Evergarden. Still great. Great story, just overall amazing. Um, and then I had to put SpongeBob on here. I almost didn't put SpongeBob on here because really the only SpongeBob I know is like the first four seasons, and like that's it. Um, and because like I can quote like if you start playing an episode of SpongeBob for me, I can probably start quoting it. Um, it's it's so yeah, early SpongeBob is deeply weird, but that's what makes it so good. There's a whole episode that's like in an allusion to the Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart that I didn't get as a kid. So rewatching SpongeBob as an adult was awesome, and like it's still funny. It still holds up. Like like there are so many quotes I can think of. Like just off the top of my head, like, "Hey, buddy, you just blowing from Stupid Town." The inner mechanisms of my mind are an enigma. Um, where's the leak, ma'am? Uh, Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Too bad that didn't kill me. The oh no, he's hot. Like there's just so many quotes. It's so quotable. It's so good. But I didn't put it on like the main 3 by 3 because that's the only bit of because it's still going. 20 years later. It's still the 25 years later, it's still going. Uh and I haven't like watched it in like over 20 years. My brother's name is Patrick and you will never hear the end. Oh no, I'm so I can imagine that that can suck. I didn't Yeah, I didn't grow up watching SpongeBob, but my favorite soundbite of all time is, "Oh brother, this guy stinks." Yes. It's so good. I know. Yeah, there's so many great sound bites from the show. Mine is 9 years later. Oh yeah, with the French accent. Yep. Pervertriol, his voice gets me every time. Yeah, it's so good. All right, next. Oh shoot. Whoops. Sorry. Ignore sorry, didn't mean to go to the void there. Sorry. We're back. Don't worry. I clicked on the wrong thing. Ignore the void. The void isn't real. You're here. You're safe. It's okay. I grew up watching it, so it's always going to be a comfort show. Yeah. It definitely is a comfort show. Watching some of the old episodes. All right. Now, video games. You can tell what video games I grew up with. Um, so yeah, so my first console was a PlayStation 2. Um, sorry if that affects anybody here. Ask Creed, let's go. Yes. Assassin's Creed is probably my favorite series, like video game series of all time. Um, so yeah, I'll just go through the list real quick. We got Assassin's Creed 2, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, Pokemon Y, Burnout 3 Takedown, Minecraft, Stardew Valley, The Last of Us, Two Point Museum, and Wii Sports Resort. Okay. Uh, so again, I made the same rule of making only one part of a franchise on this like 3 by 3 because otherwise I'd have like 4 Assassin's Creeds and 3 Burnout games on here. But yeah, Assassin's Creed is probably my favorite series. Specifically two, but I've only played two through or one through Black Flag. I haven't played any of the later ones, and I want to. We might do that on stream. Um, and it was so hard picking which Assassin's Creed to put on the 3 by 3 because I like all of them for different reasons. I think the story and like and everything in two is the best, but I love Assassin's Creed Brotherhood because I love the location and being in Rome, and I love. It was also the first one I ever played, so there's nostalgia there. I love Assassin's Creed 3 because of the time period, because it's early American history, my favorite time period, and also the combat in that one is really good. And then Black Flag is Black Flag. I mean, it's a pirate simulator. It's less of an Assassin's Creed game and more of a pirate simulator, which is fantastic. Um, but I went with two because overall, they are like I think that's the one that's like the most like well-rounded overall like best one, which is why the other Assassin's Creed games are listed under the honorable mentions. Then SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Um, that is a collectathon game that I loved growing up. One of the first collectathons I ever played. Um, did you hear about the Black Flag remaster? Yes, I did. It looks great. I don't know if my computer is going to be able to handle it, but it looks great. Assassin's Creed is part of the reason why I love history. Not super accurate, but it also helped me get into history aside watching documentaries when I was young. Yeah, it's not I would say it's definitely not accurate, but I can't say that there were an ancient race of people who were like gods and like made humans and had like technology that was handed to all famous that apparently has been given to all famous people throughout history. Um I think I'm an Odyssey guy, but but 3 and Syndicate are also fantastic. Interesting that you say Syndicate, because like, everybody I know who plays Assassin's Creed, everybody hates Syndicate. I haven't played it myself quite, so I can't say, but I feel like that's everybody's, like, of the main ones, like, the least favorite. So, yeah, we might play some of, like, the other ones, like Odyssey, Valhalla, and stuff like that. I think that'd be fun. But, anyway, Battle for Bikini Bottom. I love that game because it's very nostalgic for me. One of the first video games I ever, not the first video game I ever played, but one of the first. Um, uh, but I bring up SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom because it also represents how I played video games for the first 3 years of my life. I think I've told this story on stream before, but I'll repeat it in case there's anybody new here. So, I back in the day when I got my PlayStation 2, um so when I got my PlayStation 2, I'm like I said before, I'm an only child. My parents are older, so they had absolutely no experience with video games at all. And whenever I had like friends come over to play video games, it would always just be for like when they were there for that bit, and then they would go home and then whatever. I'm bringing that up because the first 3 years of my life where I had video games, I had no idea how the save feature worked, how saving and loading games worked. So I would just play the beginning levels of these games over and over and over again. Because I had no idea. Because I didn't have anybody to teach me that. And I think when you go visit a friend's house, you don't expect to like be able to do that. Um, it's yeah. So and it wasn't until I was in fourth grade, I was 9 years old. I went to a friend's house and we played. I remember the game we played. It was The Incredibles: Rise of the Underminer game, uh, which is a co-op game. And we played it, and then went home and everything. And then I came back like a few weeks later, and he booted up the game and we started playing from where we left off, and I was just like, "Wait, how did you do that?" And then he showed me the save feature. So I know the beginning levels of Battle for Bikini Bottom like the back of my hand. I know Jellyfish Fields. Oh, I can do it blindfolded if I needed to. uh I just never had a properly working memory card. So saving wasn't an option. Oof, yeah. At least you knew what you were doing. I had no idea. I didn't know what I was missing. So I didn't beat Battle for Bikini Bottom until I was like way older. Um, all right, then next game, Pokemon Y, which is probably a lot of people's to a lot of people's surprise, because it's not probably not a lot of people's first pick when they think of Pokemon games. But for me, it's my favorite, and my relationship with Pokemon is interesting because I loved Pokemon as a kid growing up, but I never played any of the games until I was in high school. I was purely I only watched the anime. That's it. And I had some of the trading cards, but it was mostly the anime. That's it. That's all I had growing up. That's all I did. I didn't know the games existed. I had a Game Boy. I could have played them, but I didn't. I didn't know the games existed for like years. I started watching the show when I was like 4 or 5, and I I didn't know about the games existed until I was maybe like 9 or 10, I think. And for some reason, when I've discovered that the games existed, I don't know why I thought this as a kid, but I was like, "Oh, that's dumb. Why would you want to play it? I would rather just watch it." That was my thought process as a kid because I was dumb. But then when I was in high school, I had a friend. He's a great guy. I had a friend who let me borrow his copy of Pokemon Yellow, and I played it, and I loved it. And then not long after that, the next game that was coming out was Pokemon Y. Um, and so that was like the first new Pokemon game that I played. Um, and I loved it. Like, and then also I played it with all my friends too. That's the other reason too I love it is because I have great memories playing it, like hanging out at friends' house and it like actually no, we used to hang out. One of my friends, their father was a pastor at a local church, and my friend had like keys to like the like Sunday school like classrooms and everything. So we would like go and hang out there, um, and play Pokemon because as you can see, I was because we were cool, you know. We were, you know, it shouldn't be a shock to you that I didn't go to any parties when I was in high school. um, but yeah. So yeah, so that's why Pokemon Y is my favorite. Also, Mega Evolutions are awesome. Like I wish I'm so glad they kind of came back, but they came back in Pokemon ZA, which wasn't from what I saw wasn't that great. But Mega Evolutions are so fun and so cool, and I love the designs of them. They're just such a cool mechanic that they created and then they just got rid of immediately. And then after that, every game had to have their own gimmick, like evolution gimmick or power up gimmick. Um, all right. The next game here, Burnout 3 Takedown. I loved this game growing up. It was the first rated T for teen game I ever played, and I had to beg my mom to let me play it. Because my parents were pretty strict. They weren't strict with a lot of things, but the one thing that they were strict on was like watching things that were like or playing things that were age appropriate. So like I couldn't like I couldn't watch any like, you know, PG-13 or R-rated movies or play games that were T or M or anything like that when I was younger. It wasn't until I was like kind of like in middle school that they stopped caring. Like when I was like 13, 14, or 14, they kind of stopped caring. Because I remember I was like 12 and I got in trouble with my parents because I played Saints Row 2 at one of my friend's house. And my parents found out and I got in trouble. um but no, Burnout 3 Takedown, I think the best arcade racer of all time. It's so much fun. The music's also great in it, and the oh, whoops, nope, spoilers. Don't look at that. um the crash mechanics and the crash system in it, how you can like basically there's like a system like a crash game where like your goal is to like crash into an intersection and hit as many cars as you can. 8-year-old Nap spent so many hours doing that growing up. It's so much fun. I love it so much. Um, yeah. And so yeah, and then that's also why Burnout Paradise is in the honorable mentions. I also love Burnout Paradise, which is it's very different from Burnout 3 in that Burnout Paradise is open world, and it is really fun and cool in that aspect. But I love the crash mode in Burnout 3. That makes it better, personally. Then of course in the middle we got Minecraft. I started playing Minecraft when I was in middle school when it was like in beta. I remember when beds were added. That was the update that just happened in the beta when I started playing after being showed like my friend showed it to me playing it at his house. Um and so I got to see the development. I mean, I don't play it much anymore, but I haven't played it in a long time, but there's so many memories of like growing up like in high school and stuff, like playing with friends and everything and watching YouTubers play it and everything. That's honestly one of the games that helped me get into like, you know, YouTube and stuff like that was Minecraft. One of the first YouTubers, like I would say, let's play like video game YouTubers that I watched was a Minecraft Let's Player called Paperbat VG, Paperbat VG, and Sly Fox Hound. Those were the first two that I ever watched that did YouTube or like uh, video game Let's Plays, specifically of Minecraft. So that's why Minecraft's on here. Also, it's like because I did watch it, like I did start playing it when I was like, you know, right very early on. It's my one game where I can be like, whenever I see like a kid, like, you know, like talking about it or like, you know, they try to explain something to me about it, I can do that Narnia, the Aslan quote of like, do not recite the ancient magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. Because I was there when they added all that stuff. All right. Stardew Valley, I feel like I don't need to talk about much because we play it on stream. I love it. Um, and if you're wondering who I go for in terms of partner, Leia. Leia is the best. She is amazing artist. She is so nice. But she's also strong. And she makes great salads. So yeah, just great, chill, fun game to relax in. Uh, or not if you don't want to, if that's not your play style. And then okay, Last of Us. Um, Best story in a game I have ever played by far. Best story by far. Um, it like it was one of those stories that like when it ended, I had to like sit there and like absorb what I just like witnessed. It's so good. Like it's so well done. I love story. I know there are some people who are like, "Oh, I can't stand story in video games," or "I don't care about story in video games." I'm the exact opposite. I love story. I love storytelling in games. Give me all the story. I'm not a fan of like, games that are like, like, oh, like games that are just like, oh, watch number get bigger. Like and that's kind of the main gameplay mechanic. Like that's though that personally for me, I just feel like I'm wasting my time playing those games. But hey, you know, everybody has their thing that they like. Um, and again, another one I think I don't have to talk about much. 2 Point Museum. I played on here a lot. I work in a museum. I get to relive my job in a fun setting, where I can do everything that I want and make the exhibits eat people, eat guests. Which sometimes some of us museum workers wish we could do that. Um, and then Wii Sports Resort. I spent so many hours with the Wii, watching or not watching, playing this game and flying around the airplane on Woohoo Island. Also, the sword fighting was really fun, and the archery I think were my favorites. Playing those were really really fun. It's just great game, super fun. Um, and then yeah, just quickly going through the honorable mentions. Portal 2, uh, great game, great puzzle game. Also love the story in that one. Red Dead Redemption, also a great open world game. Of the open world games I've played, probably my favorite. Also, I love the time period and the kind of the historical setting. And then Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, amazing collectathon game. And it's Star Wars, and I like Star Wars, and it's Lego, so what's not to like? All right. Uh, Now I am also somebody who has, to this day, most of my entertainment nowadays comes from YouTube and online creators. Um, so because of that, uh, I have put here. I decided to make a page of my favorite YouTubers, both in terms of watching and also ones that have inspired me. Um, so we're gonna just go through them again, just really quick. We have Defunctland at the top here. Then Game Grumps. That face in the top left corner is Jack's Films. Um, then we have the creatures in the middle there. We have Milo Rossi or Mini Minuteman. Then on the right there we have Adam the Woo. Then below on the bottom row we have Abroad in Japan, Smosh, and Unis Honest. Um, I'll go through this one a little bit more quickly than the other ones because it is getting late. I'm realizing. Um, I think this is the last one. Yeah, this is the last 3x3. So we're almost done here. This is the last 3x3. Um, Obviously, so Defunct Land, if you don't know, Defunct Land is probably my favorite YouTuber of all time. Um, his documentaries are some of the best. Um, he talks about like theme park history, and that's like a niche form of history that I also really love. I love history of like theme parks and like ride attractions and stuff like that, especially because like with Defunct Land, he talks about things that don't exist anymore, but they also are like kind of chronicled and like it's one of those things where it's like I will never be able to experience it because the ride or whatever doesn't exist anymore. So these are like the only ways that you can really understand what it was like, and that's something that's really fascinating to me. Also, his documentary on on the creation of the Disney Channel theme is my favorite YouTube video of all time. It's so good. It's an amazing documentary. It's so well done. It's so well paced. The storytelling for it is so good. If you don't, if you haven't seen it, highly recommend watching it. The his video, yeah, on the Disney Channel theme song. All right, and then next to them, Game Grumps. I have been watching Game Grumps for God, like 12 years now. Danny, D- Danny and Aaron, um, are probably a big source of my like comedy influence, which take with that as you will. um, I like their it's so stupid. I have to hold myself back a lot on these streams because they're like to not like quote Game Grumps because it's so stupid, but I love it. It's so just it's so Danny from Game Grumps described it once as well crafted stupidity, and that's what I love. It's just so funny. Some of the longest I have ever laughed was during was a was from a Game Grumps episode. In terms of like, I literally like kept giggling to myself as I kept thinking about it and everything for like 5 to 10 minutes, like afterwards. Uh, I was just introduced to it this week, and honestly, I have not laughed that hard in a serious long time. Oh, paper! Oh, you're in for a treat. There are so many great. Watch all the compilations. There are so many great compilations. Um, that yeah, and also, few things we actually have heard on this stream. Danny from Game Grumps, because he has a comedy band called Ninja Sex Party or NSP, and two of their songs have played during this stream. That song that was playing earlier, that was I don't know what we're talking about, you know, that was playing earlier. That's Danny, from Game Grumps. And I played that song particularly because it's one of the few songs that I can play that aren't just raunchy and stupid. But I love it so much. And I got to see his band last year after being a fan for like over 10 years. I finally got to see them live last year. It finally worked out where I could go to one of their concerts, and it was so fun. It was so good. Um, it was amazing. Um, and yeah, and also Ross and Aaron on Game Grumps just premiered literally like 2 days ago. Um, an animated show on YouTube on Glitch called Gameoverse that they've been working on for like 10 plus years. I remember them like 10 years ago, like talking about it on Game Grumps, that they're working on this thing. And it's really good. Highly recommend it. You can tell that a lot of love was put into it. It's a passion project. And I love indie projects and everything. So definitely recommend that. Um, and yeah, so Game Grumps, just awesome. So funny. Watch compilations of them. See if the humor is for you, you know. But yeah, it so many of their jokes kill me every time. Um, and then okay, and the next to Game Grumps, that face there, that is Jack's Films. Now, Jack's Films is special because he is the YouTuber that I have stuck with the longest. I have been watching his stuff since 2010. Um, I've been watching his sketches and like stuff like that since 2010. And he just this year is celebrating his 20th anniversary on on YouTube, which is crazy. And then I've been watching him for like 16 of those years. Because every other YouTuber that I watch, either I stop watching them personally or they stop uploading stuff. Just like one of those two things happens. Or I'll stop watching them for a little bit and then I'll come back, after maybe like a year or two. With Jack's Films, I've stuck with him consistently this 16 years. His content has changed a lot. And the thing is, I have a big thanks for Jack's Films because even if you have never watched a Jack's Films video, you have definitely heard him on this stream. You know why? Uh, hey Lewis, what do you think of Jack's films?
This couldn't be made today.
You know what? Some of his sketches, yeah, probably couldn't be made today. Some of the ones from like 20 years ago, 20-year-old humor, yeah, probably not great. But um uh but yeah, he is the voice. That is Jack's films. That voice of the voice of Lewis is Jack's films. He made a special like, like he calls it React Bot because he hates reaction streamers. And personally, I don't blame him. He is like his for years, for like over a decade, he has hated reaction streamers and or like reaction content and stuff like that and one of the things that he made to like as a parody of it is he made this little like character guy and recorded like 700 or like almost 1,000 like random phrases that that when you press a button like this,
This video is why I have a peanut allergy.
he'll just say a random one. Um, he'll just say a random one. And so it was a the joke, and so I decided he makes them available for free so that anybody can use them in any way you want. And so I decided to use um, that's why I decided to use him for this. That is ironic, yeah. I guess the peanut allergy thing. Um, but yeah, and God, his some of his sketches are just really good. Like some of the classic ones that I think of the top of my head. The Kermit sings one, I still kind of like quote where he does like a Kermit impression. Also watching his channel is a great time capsule of different eras of YouTube because he would parody what was popular, like at the time. So, he also does a bunch of great like Apple like parodies and stuff like that of like, Apple products, like when they announce something new. He got popular for like his fake infomercials back in the day. Um yeah, it's just so good. Definitely recommend checking him out. Um oh, and then all right, then speaking of ones that I grew up with, uh yes, Mini Minute Man in the middle. Yes, we'll get to him in just a second. Below that is The Creatures. If you don't know who the Creatures are, the Creatures were a Let's Play group, kind of like Funhouse or Achievement Hunter, where it was a group of friends who were all Let's Players who did the thing of making their own company and their own like group and trying to make a business. And they would do like let's play videos, but they also did sketches and live action stuff. They were basically like there are a lot of people in like the VTuber space and stuff like that who were fans of like Rooster Chief, Achievement Hunter is a big one, and like Funhouse. I didn't watch any of those. The Creatures were my Achievement Hunter basically. Um, Unfortunately, they ended I think in like 2015 or 2016 because the group, like all these groups eventually end up like they split up. People leave, for various reasons and stuff like that. Um, and some of them are still making content. I know Uberhexer Nova, who's was part of it. Uh he is the reason or he still streams. Also, I didn't realize this until I was making this presentation. The creatures, we're gonna go back in time a little bit here. The creatures are and specifically Uber Hexer Nova, who used to be, oh, whoops, god dang it, sorry. I forgot we were, uh, hold on. Let's go back here. The creatures are the reason I own this Gumby costume. Because Uber Hexer Nova of the creatures had a Gumby costume. He did back in like 2010 he did a because back then he was a faceless like no camera like let's player and he for his first ever face reveal instead of it actually being him it was him in this Gumby costume and this Gumby costume became a bit of a joke like throughout the years like an inside joke and everything and so obviously being an impressionable teenager at the time I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy a Gumby costume, that's funny. And And so I did, and my friend did too. There were two of us with these Gumby costumes. So me, and I didn't realize until I was making this stream, I'm doing the same thing that Uber Hexer Nova did, where he is revealing himself with a Gumby costume, just like he did back in like 2011. Just a crazy, crazy turn of events. Um, but yeah, it's so that's like they're mostly on here the creatures just because they're nostalgic for me. Also, I think they were very innovative for the time. As far as I know, they were the first like group of like let's players to do like the content house kind of thing where they all rented it like they all moved into a house together and started making stuff. I can't think of anybody earlier who did something like that because they were doing it back in like 2012. Which, and doing that is like way more common now, but I feel like back then that was not a thing. All right, then in the middle there we have someone who I've talked a lot about on this stream, and as Coco brought up, Mini Minute Man or Milo Rossi. He is a streamer who, or sorry, a YouTuber who makes videos debunking conspiracy theory, like pseudo archaeology and like conspiracy theories. Um, and he does such a great job with it. I found his channel when he was, I mean, he only had like two videos, and it was the first time I saw somebody take archaeology, like the subject of archaeology, and be like, "Oh my god, he made this interesting. He made this cool. He made this like I didn't think you could do this." Like it was the first time that really showed me that like, wow, you can make this topic and present it in an interesting and fun way. Furiously subscribes. Yes, highly recommend him if you have not checked him out. Check out his Graham Hancock series or Ancient Apocalypse, where he debunks all the entirety of the Netflix show Ancient Apocalypse. Uh, it's so good. Also, his YouTube shorts are great too, where he debunks like people in YouTube shorts. They're long videos, but they're really good, and the recent ones have gotten pretty good in production value. Um, oh yeah, yeah, Graham Hancock. Yes, Milo does too. He has a whole series talking debunking him and pointing out everything wrong with his theory. So I highly recommend that. Um, yeah, cool with real facts, exactly. And he does a really great job. And he does a really good job of presenting how these pseudo archaeology things are dangerous, how it can, like which I think is very important because a lot of people are kind of like, oh, what? Who cares? It doesn't matter, But he does a great job of explaining how starting to believe in some of those things can lead down a pipeline that can lead you to believe other things, other not good things and stuff like that, and like other conspiracies and things like that. Um, and he has one of my he also Milo has one of my favorite quotes of all time when it comes to talking about these conspiracies and stuff like that. Um, and that quote is, "You don't have to create a fake shadow government to be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government." So yeah, that that's I love his stuff. It's so good. Oh, I just realized the music stopped playing. Sorry for the silence. Um, but yeah, and then next to Milo there, we have the legendary Adam the Woo. If you don't know Adam the Woo, he was a vlogger who would go around for like he was one of the first to really do it. He got started and popular by exploring abandoned amusement park locations, um, and would do daily vlogs of him going to these places. But he also started doing vlogs of just like traveling and going to random places around the country, around the US. And my favorite videos of his are where he just goes on road trips and he just goes to like random small towns and just like finds cool little things like, oh, look at this cool like old mural or this old like, sign and stuff like that. And a lot of the shots are like, not even him talking. They're just like beautiful, like atmospheric like shots of like, like a quiet, like, like downtown, um, like, in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. Like it's just very great chronicling of Americana. Um, and he would also go to like famous like movie locations and like talk about like movie like he went like he has a video where he went to every film site for Forrest Gump, and then another one where he went to every film site for uh what's it called, Pee-wee's Big Adventure and stuff like that, like all that kind of stuff. And sadly, back in the holiday around the holidays, around Christmas of 2025, sadly Adam um, passed away in his sleep. Um, and it that hit me hard when I heard that. Um, because his videos were a big inspiration for me because they taught me that cool stuff is everywhere. To get encouraged me to go out there and like explore the world, explore places. Cool stuff is everywhere. You don't have to go to the popular big places. Like that's what his videos taught me, and it's something that I really, you know, believe and push, and want to spread. So yeah, no, it's he was a legend and he was awesome. Um, I'm very tempted one of these days because I think he's buried in Florida. I want to go to his you know to his memorial grave and give a little, pay my respects and everything because he was a big inspiration for me. Um, but yeah, I remember when I got back from Christmas and streamed. The first stream I did back was we spent a stream watching a bunch of his videos. You know, as kind of like an to honor him. So yeah, if I would highly recommend checking out his videos. They're really fun. They're really relaxing. He was just everybody like who knew him says that he was a great guy. Very nice, very like helpful and like encouraging. Just so good. Um, but yeah. Also, in the kind of the same vein as travel vlogging, we have Abroad in Japan, or Chris Broad. Another channel that I also discovered like over like almost 12 or 14 years ago when he only had two videos up. I discovered Chris when he had two videos on his channel. And if you don't know him, he's basically a British guy who lives in Japan, has lived there for like since like 2011, 2010. Um, and have him like traveling around Japan and just sharing the like culture and like famous sites around Japan. And like learning about the culture and stuff like that. Very awesome. It's been awesome to watch. One of the reasons why I do like him so much is that it's been awesome to watch his channel grow over the years and get like to watch the production quality get better and better and better and better, like and him learning and doing all these new things and stuff like that. um he also now does a lot of really great stuff with if you don't know Sea Dog VA. He has a lot of great collaborations with him and also does cyclothons with him to raise money for the Deficiency Foundation for Iron Mouse. um so yeah, just overall, not only just great entertainer, but also I'm pretty sure great guy too. Um, then we have Smosh. um, Smosh is yes, this is the Moon Knight song. That's the reason why it's on here. That's how I discovered this song, and I loved Moon Knight. Moon Knight was a great show. Highly recommend Moon Knight if you haven't seen it. It was really good. Back when I was still following Marvel. um, so anyway, Smosh. Um, Moon Knight got me way harder in the feels than I expected. Yes, it did. It was honestly way better than I thought it was going to be. Um, and so yeah, so Smosh is I put Smosh. I almost didn't put Smosh on here. I almost put it in the honorable mentions, but I realized that like I went through a crazy like uh I went through like a crazy experience with Smosh where I started watching them back when it looked like that picture you see right there, when it was just Ian and Anthony. And back in like 2009 through like 2014, 2015, like in that era where they were truly doing like just sketches and stuff like that, and I loved it back then. Um, and then around like college, I kind of stopped watching. I kind of felt like I kind of grew out of it. The content wasn't as great, and then Anthony left, and I was like, okay, yeah, didn't really watch it a ton. But then, uh, but then, like in 2019, I think it was, I got back into it again with the new group that they have now, where it has people like Shane, Damien, Amanda, um, Courtney, uh, like Chance, Tommy, and like all of them, how they've been like added to this, and like God, they're so funny. Like if for some reason like they're what they do, it's so different from what Smosh used to be, but they've turned it into something great. They basically what they've done is they've like grown up with um with the audience, because if they tried to do like the sketches that they were doing back then that appealed to kind of more of like a adolescent kind of audience, they wouldn't be popular. They wouldn't be as popular. But because they are kind of now appealing more to that kind of like millennial Gen Z, like older Gen Z audience, I think it's like really worked out well for them. And God, so a lot of the people that they've hired on are so funny. If Shane and Damien made a like a show like Game Grumps, I think that would go so well. That would go so well. All right, and then the final one here is Unis Honest. Unis Honest, if you don't know, was a channel started by Markiplier and Ethan Nestor. Um, and what it was a YouTube channel where they uploaded a new video every uh every day for a year. So for one whole year, they uploaded 365 videos, one video every day, and they were full on like edited videos. They weren't just like 1 minute shorts or anything like that. No, they were like at least 10 minutes of them like doing something, like doing an activity, trying a new skill, or doing something stupid like making breakfast with adult toys. Um, One of their second video that they ever did, and my God, the some of the videos that they made were so funny. They were some of the hardest I have laughed at YouTube videos was watching this channel. Just them, just their chemistry together is just so funny, and like they can work off each other so well. And I'm using past tense for all of this because the whole point of Unis Honest was that after that year, after that year ended, the entire YouTube channel was deleted because Unis Honest stands for 1 year. And it was a whole kind of like almost like a art project in a way of just like there was no or there was the whole point was that like you have to live in the moment and enjoy the moments while you're last and then enjoy the memories afterwards, because the full videos don't exist anymore. There are compilations of like like clips that you can watch on YouTube, but the full videos, I mean, if you really digged you could find them because some people did like save them, you but like the channel doesn't exist anymore. And it was just a cool experience to be a part of that and to witness that from beginning to end, because I was there at the very start of the first year or the beginning of the year, and then also at the end. Just overall, just a really cool channel. Sad it doesn't exist anymore, but hey, that was the whole point. And then quickly going through these honorable mentions: Tom Scott, great presenter, great explainer on YouTube, and I hate the fact that I only knew him. I only started watching him like a year before his hiatus, but he's so good at just like explaining things and talking about things and finding these cool things. Just overall, really awesome, cool guy. Um, then underneath that, Everything Now Show. Everything Now Show is actually they're technically a Twitch streamer or a Twitch stream, but they upload all their stuff to YouTube. Um, they are an improv group that does live improv Twitch streams where in front of a green screen, where they have like certain like scenarios set up, um, where they do basically like improv comedy, but in front of like green screens that they, and like insert like there's like and they play like it's hard to describe, but it's so funny. Like they are genuinely such a funny group of people. I discovered them because they won the Hidden Gem Award at the Stream Awards like a few years ago. Um and it's, like I said, it's just stupid comedy, which is my favorite kind of comedy. And there's so much entertainment. We rated them after my affiliate anniversary stream. They were the people that we rated after that. Um but yeah. So yeah, highly recommend them and checking them out if you want to laugh, have a good. If you're a fan of improv comedy. Um then Vampire Robot. Vampire Robot is a channel that I don't know how they have access to this stuff, but what they do is they upload videos of B-roll footage from like news like stories where they like go to is to get like B-roll footage of like, like they're doing a bit on like shopping like mall like shopping at the mall at Christmas time. And so they'll send a cameraman down to get a bunch of like, like insert shots of like, people at the mall. This person, whoever they are, somehow has access to a huge archive of that stuff and uploads them to YouTube. So it's like, and the titles are like, going to the mall in 1996 or going to the arcade in 1985. Like all these different, like, it's a perfect, amazing time capsule of different time periods. And some of them are so nostalgic and awesome and cool because they're so natural. It's not an interview. It's not like, it's just people going about truly going about their everyday lives during these different time periods. It's just so real and natural and so good. Um, so yeah, definitely recommend. And we've watched that channel on stream before back in like, God, October, I think, like last year, October. And then Pitch Meetings. Pitch Meetings is a show that I really love. It's one of the few YouTube channels that my mom also watches because and it has changed some of our vocabulary. If you don't know, Pitch Meetings are skits where a guy named Ryan George will, after a new movie comes out, or will sometimes do older movies too, will like pretend to do like a mock of like what he thinks the pitch meeting for that movie sounded like or what it was like, and it's so funny. They're so good. He's very good at like pointing out like the flaws and like the um inconsistencies and plot holes in some of these movies that like even in good movies that like you don't even realize are there. And just his like with this cadence and the way that he talks and everything is just so good and so funny. Like my mom now says like wow 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 because that's what he says in the videos. Um but yeah, definitely recommend him. And then Coco, yes, as you mentioned before, overly sarcastic productions. Great um history, philosophy, and literature channel where these two people, red and blue, they talk about various like literature topics, trope topics. They'll summarize famous like literature books and stuff like that. They'll talk about like historical topics, and they're really good at it, really good at talking. They're funny, and they all their videos are like cool little like drawings and like doodles, just really well done. So, and then I think that should be it for the three by threes. And all right, we are at the end. Um, so I just want to end this by quickly talking about what we're going to be doing for the next few weeks. I'm gonna go through this quickly because it is late. It is 10:30. This went way longer than I was expecting. And thank you guys for everybody who has stuck around for this long. I am sorry for yapping so much. um we're almost there. We're almost at the end. What we're going to be doing for the next few weeks. We're going to be playing actually a lot more games. I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream, we're going to be playing on Wednesday, we're going to be playing the 2 Point Museum new DLC, the Art Museum DLC. So look forward to that. Then on Saturday, we're doing the horror game stream. So mark your calendars to be here next week, the 24th. I'm going to be playing a horror game on stream, and I am not looking forward to it. I also want to play the game The Root Trees Are Dead, which is actually a genealogy puzzle game. So that'll be a lot of fun. Um, I want to play more GeoGuessr and Time Guesser on stream. And then I also want to play more Who Wants to Be a Millionaire because that was really fun when we were playing it during my affiliate stream. And I want to actually win. The entire like 2 hours we played it, we didn't win, and I want to be a millionaire. um, all right, and then the other streams that I want to do, we're going to be doing a museum tier list. I think that's going to be after we do the horror game stream. The museum tier list was one of the goals for the affiliate stream that we reached. So I'm going to be doing a tier list of all a bunch of museums that I have been to. And that's going to be really fun. It's going to be more yapping. It's going to be a yap stream. Um, and then another one, it was something that we've done before. We did it last year. I want to do it again. Um, yes, the old houses in Zillow right into my veins. Yes, we are going to be because on Zillow you can filter houses based on like the year it was built. So last year, what we did was we did that where I went to different states and I would just look for houses that are really cool and really old. And what we also did to make it a bit more fun is that we played bingo. I made a bingo sheet of like various things like pocket doors, um open concept, millennial gray for like ones that have been like gutted and ruined, like things like that. um so yeah, so we'll do one of those at some point. Also a Lego hand cam stream. I bought a Lego Smithsonian castle that I want to build on stream, so we will do that one of these days. And then previous findings presentation. So I kind of had this realization a little bit ago that a lot of the people, who have been hanging out here recently are more newer viewers, within like kind of the past, like, 4 to 5 months. And there's a whole like year almost of like cool stories and like things that we have researched and discovered that I want to share, that I haven't like, shared with anybody, that like, like I want to like do a presentation talking about like some of my favorite findings that we've discovered on this stream. Some people only know me even for just like streaming the photograph. Like that's all they know because that's all I've done for like 3 months. So that's going to be that I think is going to be fun. But yeah. And then my so that's expect this for the next like month and a half probably. So originally I was going to end this with an any questions thing, but we've gone so late that unfortunately we don't have time for questions. Just like every good presentation that goes over time and, it doesn't have, uh enough time to ask anything. So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. I apologize. But with that, let's go ahead and I know you for your cat girl persona. Oh God. Oh no, I don't know how I feel about that. That's what you know me from. Uh oh God, Coco, that's right. You missed my affiliate stream. Maybe okay, look at some of my clips. Actually, no, the whole affiliate stream is a highlight on my channel now. If you go to my channel, go to some of my clips or go to my highlights, they should be there. Yeah, thank you, Coco. Yeah, it was our 1 year affiliate anniversary stream we had last month. Um, yeah, that was a lot of fun. But let's go ahead. Let's head on back to our office here. But yeah. Oh wait, actually, wait, hold on. Let's go back here real quick. Before we end here, there's somebody we need to talk to. Lewis, how would you say this presentation went?
Who let bro cook?
I would like to say I did cook. I cooked with this presentation. I think I have pretty decent taste in things. There was nothing in there that was like too crazy, I don't think, or like out of line. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's head on back here. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today, folks. Thank you guys so much for being here. This was a lot. I hope you enjoyed the yapping. If you are new here, I am not a professor, but you can call me Nap. I do these streams every Saturday, or sorry, every Sunday and Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and also every once in a while the Gorilla streams. So if you want to check any of those out, make sure you go ahead and make sure you hit follow, so you know when I go live next. Um, and yeah, I had a lot of fun today. Oh, also, uh, I also have a YouTube channel if you want to check out some of the other stuff we've done on stream. And um, linked at the pinned in the top of the chat is actually the newest short that I made uh, with that YouTube channel. Uh, so if you want to go ahead and check that out, that'd be great too. We're almost at 200 subscribers, which is crazy. Um, so we're almost there. Um, and then what else? Next stream on Wednesday will be 2 Point Museum. So look forward to that. Um, let's see. All right. And then who do we want to raid? Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Uh, let's see. How about let's go ahead. We're gonna raid Neff the Lorekeeper here. We're gonna go ahead and raid them. So if you could stick around for the raid, that'd be great and show them some support. So let's go ahead and let me get the raid message going. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Coco, for the hydrate. Do that really quick. All right. Hey, what's the bonk for? I didn't do anything. All right, let me make a follower message. All right. There we go. A bonk for good night. Well, thank you. So yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight, folks. Thank you guys so much for being here. This was a lot of fun. It feels good to be back after a week break. I might lose my voice tomorrow after yapping so much, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, hope how you guys have a good rest of the day or night wherever you are, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday for some museum time. All right, have a good night, everybody. Take care. See you later.